Hello, welcome. It's Saturday, August 27, 2025. My name is Rodolfo Okonkwo. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247.
Party that was donated to his wife by the wife's father. Or the minister himself had lied on TV that he didn't have any properties in the US, that the only property he had was a property that was donated to his wife by the wife's father or mother. I don't know which work they did or they were doing, but in investigating further, we found out there were 4 properties in the name of a wife that were then donated. Listen to this. They then donated the properties that were millions at $10 per property to their children. So you buy a property for $2 million, you then give it to your children at $10. One of them was given at $100. So that was where they were caught. And we know that the Nigerian system is too weak to deal with those things. But honestly, the little I know about law, the territorial jurisdiction for that crime is Florida. Yes, it's in Florida, and we have written the Attorney General of Florida to ensure that the investigation commences immediately to unravel how the monies got to the U.S. to buy those properties that are millions of dollars at the time that the people of Rivers, where the minister formerly used to be governor, couldn't even afford clean water, good schools, and hospitals. So Florida will get back to us. We also intend on pursuing the Nigerian side of things. We're still working on those things. So, but we want to thank Nigerians in the large numbers who have provided information. This is the first time that we crowdsource on finding information on a crime committed on Nigerian. People were sending information. We found hotels in Rivers, multi-billion naira hotels, hospitals, houses, lands in Abuja. There was a land in which we heard that he paid 8 billion naira in cash to buy a piece of land in a River Park Estate. So all these things are not going to go, even if the president of Nigeria refuses, or the EFCC, that has an eagle that has now tied his eyes. If they cannot do anything, the people of Nigeria will do something about this.
Yes, madam, I will.
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning. To unseal Senator Natasha Akpoti's office, I, Alabi Adedeji, Deputy Director, Sergeant at Arms, hereby unseal the office. The office is hereby unsealed. Thank you.
The order is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why, shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region, and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American B-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer.
Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates. The chaos that shadows our world is a reminder that we cannot afford the luxury of inaction. We will have been consumed by our differences had there been no community such as this to remind us that we are one human family. Even in our darkest hours, we have refused to be broken. This community was born from the ashes of despair, a vehicle for order, and for the shared assurance that we could not afford to falter again. Our belief in this community is not a posture of moral superiority, but an undying faith in the redemption of humanity. It is therefore with profound humility that I stand before you today as Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to renew this pledge on behalf of my country. Madam President, Nigeria joins the Committee of Nations in congratulating you on your election as the President of the General Assembly for the 88th session, and assure you of our unalloyed support during your tenure. I commend your predecessor, my brother, His Excellency Philemon Yang, and the Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for their outstanding stewardship and unifying leadership during these extraordinary times. This anniversary must not be a sentimental retreat into nostalgia. It must be a moment of truth, a pause to measure where we have stumbled and how we might have done better in turning our values into action that meets the demands of today. We are here to deliver a world of peace and development where the respect for human rights is paramount. We must recalibrate the delicate balance between our roles as sovereign governments and our duties as collective partners to renew multilateralism in a world that has evolved far beyond what it was in 1945. The pace of change across borders is a force without pause. It manifests in the tools of technology, in the movements of information and finance, in the corrosive ideologies that preach violence and division, in the gathering storm of the climate emergency, and in the tide of irregular migration. We must own this process of change. When we speak of nuclear disarmament, the proliferation of small weapons, Security Council reform, fair access to trade and finance, and the conflicts and human suffering across the world, we must recognize the truth. These are stains on our collective humanity. For all our careful diplomatic language, the slow pace of progress on these hardy perennials of the UN General Assembly debate has led some to look away from the multilateral model. Some years ago, I noticed a shift at this gathering. Key events were beginning to take place outside this hall, and the most sought-after voices were no longer heads of state. These are indeed troubling times. Nigeria remains firmly convinced of the merits of multilateralism. But to sustain that conviction, we must show that existing structures are not set in stone. We must make real change, change that works, and change that is seen to work. If we fail, the direction of travel is already predictable. We are here to strengthen the process of development and human rights. One, Nigeria must have a permanent seat at the UN Security Council. This should take place. This should take place as part of a wider process of institutional reform. Two, we need urgent action to promote sovereign debt relief and access to trade and financing. Three, countries that host minerals must benefit from those minerals. And fourth, the digital divide must close. As our friend, the Secretary General has said, AI must stand for Africa included. On my first point, the United Nations will recover its relevance only when it reflects the world as it is, not as it was. Nigeria's journey tells this story with clarity. When the UN was founded, we were a colony of 20 million people, absent from the tables where decisions about our fate were taken. Today, we are a sovereign nation of 236 million people, projected to be the third most populous country in the world, with one of the youngest and most dynamic populations on earth, a stabilizing force in regional security, and a consistent partner in global peacemaking. Our case for permanent seat at the Security Council is a demand for fairness, for representation, and for reform that restores credibility to the very institution upon which the hope of multilateralism rests. Nigeria's Sons family, behind the UNGA initiative
is Asa on the beat.
So say we can international TV, international money laundry, international TV, international land grabber, international TV, international TV, international TV, international money laundry, international TV, international land grabber, international TV. Property for Florida, they will collect them. If you ever try to go America, they go arrest them. In Nigeria, no be America, they go jail them. So already, we can go do wise service, he attack them. He even say, if to say na it be Tinubu, he go buy them. So already sleep, now so we can go tap amo. He wake up, he think say, so orena pupara, so orena, oh the mumu PDP governor. International TV, international land grabber, international TV, international TV, international TV, international money launderer, international TV.
Peter for Nigeria don't carry mattress and pillow come court within traveling back. Wahala day.
You say make Natasha no resume for National Assembly. Since we have three arms of government in Nigeria, Tinubu, Wike, and Akpabio has become the oracle of Nigeria. make we kukuma go sleep with them for National Assembly. Because Natasha must resume. That National Assembly is where she belongs.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Akabio, we know kuku get work. Now we not be our work.
Yes, sir.
So we don't carry. They say APC. They say we be newsers. We be jobless people. And no kuku get address. We not get family and friends. But you see, this justice against Senator Natasha, it will not be sustained.
Yes, sir. It will not be sustained.
And you people ready? For Nigeria. People no, they don't want to punish for this matter. Yes.
They don't finish. They don't finish the cycle.
They go
Our senator must resume. Senator Natasha is my senator. I am a Kogi Central man. I am an Idura man today. Senator Akpabio, you are not God. You cannot be God. Natasha must resume. Natasha must resume. Say Natasha must resume. This is the most useless National Assembly in the history of National Assembly. Their only work now to approve loan. Maybe they borrow money, people they die, hungry day, inflation day, people are poor, insecurity. Now Natasha they fight. I say Akpabio, it is a lie. Akpabio na lie. Natasha must resume. Natasha must resume. Natasha must resume. Natasha must resume.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people who are asking a platform for him, who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes, filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonaba? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to be
to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Showore the way I like. You don't know what Showore did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will hand you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle like a kid. I'm not joking. You understand? So learn to control your emotion. You understand? Learn to control your emotion. I'm bigger than show.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them. Comment. What did you say? Comment. I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him. When he gets your time, No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on. Don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil-producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like a Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective, so show me who he is.
All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for making out the time to join us today on Have Your Say 247. It's a show we designed for you to have an opportunity to weigh in on all the issues in the news this week. And as always, there are a lot of things in the news. Today, we're going to touch on issues like the speech by Shettima, Nigeria's vice president at the United Nations. Shettima represented Nigeria because Bola Tinubu could not be here. So we're going to talk about what he said, whether what he said would have been taken more seriously if it had come from the president of the most populous African nation in the world, black nation in the world. So we are going to talk about that. We are going to talk about the speech by, of course, US President Donald Trump, which the Daily Mirror in the UK called it, the title was Deranged. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, said about the prospects of Palestinian states. So we are touching on the UN, the speeches, people that showed up, people who didn't, what it meant, and how to understand it. Back in Nigeria, we are going to touch on the issues at home. In Anambra State, they're still preparing for an election for governor, and every day is heating up. There are new developments along that line. INEC is, we're preparing for announcement on the new INEC chairman. Who will that be? So we'll touch on that. Of course, the presidential election 2027 is still being negotiated behind the scene. There are movements of people, politicians, meetings going on in places. We're going to touch on what is going on. And all the other stories in the news. Of course, Natasha resumed the Senate, and Shora is putting the heat on Akpabio. That's a big story. Akpabio appears to have encountered something he has never seen. Every day there is new revelation, new stories coming out from Akpabio's end. And we're going to touch on that, whether it has anything to do with a plan by Akpabio to come to America as part of the UN delegation and then his decision not to come again, and others. So I don't want to be the one talking. Let me invite the people who are already here. If you are in the studio, you want to be part of the conversation, please turn on your camera. If you're watching at home, thank you. We appreciate you. If you're in the comment section, thank you. If you can, please like the broadcast. You can share it. We appreciate everybody. I see some people in the studio who the cameras are not on. I will leave you until you turn on your camera. All right, let's welcome people who are here. Mr. Show, welcome to the show.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Good evening to all viewers. Good to be with you guys after a long, long time.
Very good. It's been a while. We were wondering whether you let me not go there. All right,
don't go there.
Don't go there. Yeah, Mr. James, welcome to the show. Nice to see you. And comparable facts. How are you doing?
Good.
Okay. So let's go around. I just want to know if there's something big I missed. Of course, there will be. I didn't follow the news so much this week. Sure.
Right. I don't come with the big news. It's the small ones you guys love to ignore. Those are the ones that interest me. So during the week, I'm not sure if you mentioned it because I don't watch the show from the beginning, but the report says that Adamawa State sent 21 wives of their local government chairman to Turkey for training. And you start to wonder, what position does the wife of the local government chairman hold for the state to sponsor 21 of them going to Turkey for some sort of training, to train to become what? To do what for the state? I mean, Adamawa State, when I checked, the poverty rate is about 75%. In Adamawa, for every 100 people you meet in Adamawa State, the average, 75% of them are poor. And the state can afford to send 21 ladies to Turkey to be trained, and their wives of local government chairmen. So I saw that and I thought, that's quite worrying. I also saw during the week that what's Akwa State? Akwa Ibom State. The pastor, their current governor, he rewarded all the former deputy governors with a brand new 4x4 Toyota. It's either a Land Cruiser or one of these Toyota 4x4s, brand new. He gave all the former deputy governors one each, and he said it's a reward of their hard work for the state. And you start to wonder, where's this money coming from? These are the same people who keep telling Nigerians that, the road is rough, it's tough, let's endure. But the way you spend money does not reflect what you're telling Nigerians. When you say pay more taxes, and some people are saying, I don't mind paying taxes, but what are you going to do with it? These are the sort of things people would see and say, I don't want to pay any tax to you people, if this is the way you intend to spend it. This is Adamawa State, Akwa Ibom State, where, there are reports that their primary health care is one of the worst. In fact, in the whole of the south of Nigeria, I think their primary health care is the worst. It's ranked as the worst, one of the worst in Nigeria, but in the whole of, I think, 17 states in the south, Akwa Ibom State, primary health care is the worst. It's rated as the worst, and they have a lot of childbirth death, or death at birth of children in this same Akwa Ibom State, and they're sending cars to former deputy governors. For what exactly? While they were in office, they got paid more than they deserve to be, and they've gone now, and you're calling them back and you're giving them cars to reward them, and you listen to the president in Ibadan when he went for the coronation of Olubadan of Ibadan, former governor Rasheed Ladoja. Long live the king. I was born and raised in Ibadan, so I'm a full Ibadan man, despite being from Ogun State. He went there and he was telling them that, thank you for standing by me. I came to you and I said, Dimilokon. And now we're there. I know things are rough, but we've turned the corner. The economy has turned the corner. The messaging does not reflect the way they're living. So when we complain, when some of us complain, they say, we just love to hate on them. We just love to complain at all times. But can anyone actually justify this sort of spending on cars, SUVs for former deputy governors and sending the wives of local government chairmen? 21. to Turkey for some sort of training. It's the total waste of money. And also another thing I saw in the news, NECO released their results and they ranked all the states. Abia State was on top, Imo is second. Comparable fact, you might like that. Ebonyi is third, Anambra is fourth, Bayelsa fifth, Delta sixth, Osun seventh. Shout out to Kolata and his gang. Ogun State, where I'm from, we came eighth, which is not bad. Lagos State is ninth and Ekiti is 10th. Ekiti is meant to be the state of all these professors, but they came 10th, not too bad. And then the bottom 10, you have Bauchi as 28, Kano 29, Yobe 30, Adamawa that is dashing people. Anyway, Adamawa is 47, Adamawa is 31, Plateau is 32, Borno 33, Jigawa 34, Katsina 35, Zamfara 36, and Sokoto is the last in terms of NECO rating. So that's something I saw with regard to NECO performance. And touching on Akwa Ibom for the last time, there's a video that circulated during the week. I'm not sure if you have it, of a particular secondary school. It's their science school, school for, I think it's boys only school, from SS1 to SS3. All they specialize in science subjects. Of their boys having dinner. I can send you the video.
I have it. I saw it.
You have it.
I saw it yesterday.
Yes. So that is the same Akwa Ibom state where the governor is giving cars to former deputy governors. If you see what they were feeding these boys, I shared it with a few friends, and in typical fashion, one very good friend, when he's not discussing politics, very solid guy, his immediate response was, "Oh, this reminds me of my secondary school days in the early 90s. This is what it was like when I was in secondary school." I'm not saying it's not what it used to be, but that shouldn't be your immediate reaction. It should be condemnation to say, this is not good enough. So show deliberately omitted Anambra. Knock your head, I'll be your ears now. I'll go and play it back. I read Anambra now. I said Anambra is number 4. Which kind of people come be this? Why are people so? People are just helping. They've been watching.
They've been watching you to know what you.
Anambra said my adopted state. I'll be a hand.
They knew.
My adopted state. We came fourth, and my original state, Ogun State, 8th. So what do you mean? Anyways, so those are some of the things I saw in the news. And on a positive note for the Agbado people that are here, Airpeace CEO Allen Onyema credits Tinubu's government for backing Nigerian airlines to challenge global dominance on foreign routes. So Allen Onyema is thanking the Tinubu administration for what they've done for the Nigerian airlines. So, that's applause to the Nigerian federal government. So when they do things that are positive, I would mention it. I would acknowledge it. But it's just that they do too many things that just leaves you asking questions. But yeah, thank you.
Before you go, some questions for you. You didn't find the training that they were going for. It could turn the country. It could be the only missing link that we have.
I didn't bother to check. I think
you have to.
Rudolph, are you serious right now?
I know Rudolph is joking. There's no training they will go for that would transform Nigeria.
Oh my God! You never can tell. Maybe nuclear weapons. Maybe they're about to get the secrets. You don't know. Maybe it's a covert operation to get the secret from Turkey. Oh, Turkey.
No, I see over here in the background and in the comment section. His governor came to England.
I have the video that I reserved it for when
he went to Scotland, and he said he has secured £250 million investment.
Yes,
by coming
from
Scotland.
From Scotland. From Istanbul. Wait. The other question I have, is the deputy governors. They are not treated well in Nigeria. There are very few of them who end up becoming governors. So this man felt, it's been a while. These guys they suffer, and we should give them the retirement package that the governors go home with. He looked at it and looked at the one for the deputy, said, "No, this is not nice. Let's give them a car each." You just have to give these people credit sometimes.
It's good. They should continue. So when people say they don't want to attack to such bottom, to such basket, it's a basket. It's leaking.
Yeah.
when people say they don't want to pay tax to it, you start asking them, "Oh, why don't you want to pay tax?
Exactly.
You pay tax. You live in America, you pay tax. But if I pay tax in Nigeria, you're using it to buy cars for former deputy governor. You're using my tax to send people's wives, local government chairman. No, you're using my money to send them to Turkey to go and do training that will fix what."
So before we continue, I just want to mention that when I sent out this show, the link to the show, a lot of people wrote me back and said, "You people complain too much. Tinubu did not come. He even sent the vice president to come here. And that some countries they sent only a minister or ambassador. Why are you complaining?" So there's always reason why people complain. Like, sure, let's hear from. People will always find something to say, and I look at it like, are you happy? But we'll talk about that when we get to the topics. KJ, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you so very much. Thank you, Kyo. Thank you, Mr. James. Comparable Facts. I just prefer your other name, but it's okay. OBE, thank you for coming also. And my dear brother, the one, the IRA, one time, in a different style. Anyway, you're welcome. Yes, I want to say, Rudolph, you did a good job. But for me, I know you did a poster before this show started. So I don't know. I didn't start watching you earlier. I don't know if you talked about Nnamdi Kanu's health, but I also want to mention to you the response of my state governor, Alex Oti. I don't know if you got that news. He said,
response to what?
Alex Oti's response. Did you? He had a press conference where he said Nnamdi Kanu is he's the governor of Nnamdi Kanu. In other words, Nnamdi Kanu is his son, and that he's doing everything to get him out. Many people are not satisfied with that answer. Well, some are satisfied. I'm one of those who are not satisfied with that answer. And then also, I don't know if you also captured. And sure, thank you for that. 21 wives of local government is one of my my list. Onyema, the owner of Airpeace, he said that the Eastern governors didn't give him land. That's why he's building his hangar, a maintenance hangar in Lagos, and that haven't tried. He didn't get land in Enugu, and Anambra refused to give him land. Those people. In fact, he went ahead to say land allocated to him. The villagers kept calling him and saying this land is not for government. So, based on that, he became frightened and went to the place where land don't belong to government, which is Lagos State, and now building his hangar. I think the man. I don't like to use curse word in this program, but at this point, I'm holding myself back.
Now where you going to hang the suit? Which hangar?
I'm holding myself back from saying something that will not be out of character for me. But I think that we should also interrogate those statements he made. Because I know that Dangote did everything. Even if you go back to Dangote's history, when he bought BBC cement factory in Boko, the whole of the Tiv land said he wasn't going to come there. Okay. They really agreed to hand over that because the cement factory before he took over was one of the major factories in Benue that was producing a lot of resources for the people, and majority of people in Boko were living there. I mean, we're working and living there. We're earning their living from there. It was the coming of Dangote that changed that fortune. Of that local government and local people. So. Anyway, if you have that in your list, we can equally talk about it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Just a question. Are you saying that the Airpeace man didn't fight hard? Is that what you're saying?
In fact, fight hard is an understatement. Other people who go into business, any businessman who will say here that businesses you have held, which you just walk in peacefully, apart from if it's in Nigeria, you walked in, just got it. That's nothing like that. Even some places where some of us build, when you buy the land, you find out that there are people there who tell you they have been living there, even though the land don't belong to them. You sort them. That is the system that we have built over years. Even government. I remember if any of you went to First Club Arts and Science or Goja, you find out that as you're driving to First Club Arts and Science, there's one shrine that's on the road. They built the road, it was in the middle. So one road go this way, another go there. They say the people refused to move the shrine. It was there. I don't know if they moved it now. Okay? So every government that comes go and try to plead with them. Eventually, somebody will do it. Remember how Adam Shoshomole did the same thing in Benin. You couldn't build anything in Benin. They tell you this ancestral land, this is this shrine, we can't move it. When the man came, he said, I'm already a shrine myself, so whatever people are going to do it, I'm going to move those things. And that's how it's opening up those areas. I'm saying that's not a good excuse, Mr. Rudolph.
Okay, all right, no problem. I just wanted to understand. That's okay.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to drop off now. I've got to go. But I knew there was one thing I was going to add. I know you talk a lot about the houses that would demolish.
Yes.
Governors demolish after anything. There's a criminal, somebody, all these buildings that would demolish, despite the fact that we have housing shortage. We have a shortage in that sector. I saw news yesterday that Tony Kabaka of Edo State, who is a loyalist to APC, and I have no issues with the ruling. During the last governor, Obaseki, they demolished this hotel. And it is reported that it is out of malice, out of, political opponent. They demolished this hotel. Now they've approved, the new governor, Okwebolo, his government have approved a compensation of 940 million naira. That's $1 billion naira for him to...
914, yeah.
14. Now, the problem is, you're going to see a lot of this happen. All these things that they're demolishing, when the new party comes in, and you are friends with the new government, we're going to repay them. So it's a waste of money. And this is why we're appealing to all these governments in power. Stop knocking buildings down. If you have an issue with it, repurpose the building. Don't knock it down. So even if the person now goes to court and win, they just reclaim it and maybe a bit of compensation. But you knocked it down, you thought you won. Somebody comes in and they've approved 940 million. It's total waste of money.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's a good point. Thank you, Sho. Mr. James.
I think something happened in Lagos. First tag, they were demolishing some buildings. I can't remember. Did it happen this week?
Yeah. It was a first Trade Fair. Yeah, Trade Fair.
Oh, sorry, Trade Fair. Not first tag. Trade Fair. Yes. Yeah. Well, if we have enough time, we might just say one or two things about it.
Okay, thank you. Comparable facts.
Yeah, greeting everybody. Sure. Is it cold already in London? Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw a word yesterday about people, I was watching the show. They said, you're already consuming the COVID already. Okay, I see you buckle up. But haven't said that? JJ, greeting, bro. Mr. James, Otebole, Uche, and Obe. I was going to show still my my first point about the chairman of the local government. I'm just going to speak a little bit about that. Because it's not just between one local government wife. They were accompanied by other ministry, some other local government chairmen. So what are they going to Turkey? What kind of training are they going over there to train about how to do local government? I mean, what is the function of the wife? Are they the one that's going to be running the local government? I mean, the problem is that what does that say about Nigeria where we are? The state is very poor. They have not been able to pay salary. They owe salary for many, many months. The budget, very low budget. It's just a very bad issue when it comes to Nigeria. I mean, it has a lot of implications, even the timing is it's a very sensitive time, I mean, is that anything constitutional that the wife has to go through that training? It doesn't make any sense. But the broader implication I have to say, regardless of what happened, this is the country we are. What does that say about Nigeria? Lack of accountability, transparency issue, misplaced of priority. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, it kind of erode public, moral hazard. That's the way I see it. I mean, it symbolizes the structural corruption we have in Nigeria. There's no doubt about it. So this is the country we have for ourselves. Wasting money, doing something that wasn't necessary to help the country in either way. But anyway, let me stop there. I was going to say something about my so-called hope about the UNGA chairman. I don't know if you heard about it. You see the one, because he came here, he was in USA. I think he was here for about 12 days or whatever. So when he came back, they say he consulted Tinubu and told him that Mahmoud is planning a different party, you know, particularly in the Imo state. So that's like a betrayal. I don't know how factual that is, but that's the consensus there, you know, that's the opinion that, you know, it was a Hope Uzodinma that went and told Tinubu about it. So that's why they suspended him or gave him, you know, immediate leave. I don't know how factual that is, but that news has been, you know, circulating in Nigerian space. But that, you know, I won't be surprised. We all know who Hope Uzodinma is. You know, he likes to be, you know, body to whomever is the president, you know, and be like their boy. So that's the way I see it. I don't know how far anybody had about it. But I mean, did you hear about it? That he emancipated from Hope Uzodinma?
No,
Okay.
I didn't. All right, Ovie, before you speak, I have a gift.
Christ, Akbako Rescue. Those state number 1. Akbako Rescue. The first son of Jesus Christ. The father of the youngest landlord. Father to the fatherless. Oh, by the JICA State Chairman. Shut down, full house.
I don't know. It's not playing.
Akbako Messiah.
Okay, it's good now.
The port of life. Life in Glasgow, Scotland. Shut down. First time to see my guy in UK. First time. First time. See my guy.
Just so you know, I'm
currently. Your man finally left the country for the first time.
Yes, just so you know, I'm currently in training to be. He's a hype man, in American hype man when he visited, just to be like that guy that is hailing him. So, I mean, it's tough, but I'm getting there.
What language your government is going to use to communicate? You know, that's, the guy's an illiterate.
No, you got according to show. Hold on. I'm a man of prestige. According to show, he got 200 and something million pounds.
250 million
pounds. Hi.
So I have to commend you for doing a journalism work. You give a balanced report, you know. You give a balanced report. So I have to give you that. But on that of Adamawa, you are I think you finished that report too. Yes, I think for me that's the biggest news of the month, not just of the week. As you heard clearly, it's first time of living Nigeria, and it was able to secure $250 million dollars investment. So I mean, that's what we voted him for. You know, go get job done. We need at a time whereby everything is either GMO or transhumanism or BBL and all that. The least we expect from our governors to be organic. You know, so we have an authentic and organic governor who is doing exactly what we elected him to do. And so far, the 2023 election is getting a boost from home and abroad. So kudos to His Excellency Chief Monday Paholo, the performing governor. And again, to show, as I said, you are a balanced reporter talking about the general himself, Tony Kabaka, who underwent injustice from the past administration. So it's only fair enough for him to be, get what is due to him. See, again, that is a governor that responds to his people, not wasting our money all over the country, all over the world. So yes, I am very proud of my performing governor. At least we know yes in a scandal or anything or whatever. But the most important thing, who they say no sabi speak English. Communication is all about a recipient understanding what the giver is given. If I speak, understand. That means there's no communication. Him able to secure $250 million means that is a pattern of communication was well received and accepted and was well rewarded accordingly. So kudos to him. Another news again, as we Mugu dance to Wiki and Shewore Redeem, the World Bank has just come out and endorsed Bola Tinubu Renew Hope agenda that is centered around the local government. So they are not just ready, they are not just commending him, they are ready to support him financially and with technical support. So again, 2027 is in the bank. So we might be carried away with all the shenanigans, but the restructure is taking shape. And again, we miss there's a promise from my amiable governor that is going to deliver 2 million votes. People they say where you won't get that. Mona no worry. No worry. We'll give Bola Tinubu 2 million. 2 million
all right,
votes.
Ovie, thank you. Thank you so much. Uche Awo, welcome to the show. Uche, can you hear me? Yeah, welcome to
good evening, everyone. Mr. Rudolph, good evening. I greet you, always greet you.
Yeah, nice to have you.
I always greet you because you are doing a great job on Ndibo. Not only in Ndibo, Nigerian as a whole. I don't know the discussion today based on, I have seen many angles you touch.
So what we're doing right now, Uche, hold on. What we're doing right now is just to go through and see. I mentioned some stories in the news, and if there's anything that is of concern to you that I didn't mention that is important, you can say it now.
Okay, thank you so much. I can understand now. So good evening, all the people I saw in a comment and the people I saw in a panel and everybody, Nigerians are listening. So the issue that I want to comment a bit is about my state, Imo State.
Imo State?
Yes, Imo State, of course.
Okay. Because I cannot. Hold on. Sorry. Yeah, where are you joining us from?
I'm joining from Italy. Last time I joined from Denmark, but now I'm joining from Italy because I operated through these two countries based on my work. So thank you so much. The issue I want to touch, maybe we can reason about it's like our governor is waking up, but I don't know if it is politics or if it is maybe sincerity from his heart. Because when I saw someone like being working in a situation of boy, like somebody mentioned here, December, our governor. Every time you go to Abuja, you feel comfortable in Abuja, and you are not governing in Abuja. You are not a minister in Abuja. You are governing Imo State, and you always been in Abuja. So they will not take you serious. The people, the government, even the people you want to get something from them, because every governor gets something from Abuja to take back home. That means if you want to be a real man, a real governor serving his people, you don't have to always be in Abuja. Maybe you can. Maybe he was doing that with his right man Buhari, but this man now there don't pay attention to you. So if he want to be a serious, we saw the comment he was saying, making some comment last time about the issue of gas, people taking gas from Imo State, their offices in Lagos. Why not them have office in Imo State? This is what you could have been doing since. So have you woke up now? If you have woke up now that is a reality, we can now support you because Niger Delta they fought big. And they get what they fought, even they didn't get it 100%. Because when we hear a comment like we find he will employ 4,000 youth in Canada. So I stopped and asked myself a question. You want to get youth 4,000 youth job in Canada? That means we're in trouble in Imo State. And the way you see some youth are clapping for him, like you ask these youth are there with their mental complete, or maybe there is a money clapping for them, some money in their pocket. So I'm from Imo State. What is going on in Imo State is something human cannot tolerate. When I look what is happening now all over the world, no matter the problem in the world now, many countries are pushing to make sure they're in top. They didn't go back, but we keep on going back. And when we look to other states, we see what's going on in other states. And what's going on in other states need to show some governance example down to Southeast. That means. So I will have my view, but I just want to touch that area. Maybe we touch and then we discuss about it. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Uche. Uche, a lot of people are asking questions, and I also have my question. Do you act? Because I've been looking for actors to do some roles. Some people are saying that you can actually play Odumeje. You don't need. I have a script already. It's a question of, well, we can work it out, you know. Anyway, we'll talk. Send me your email.
Okay, Mr. Rudolph. I may just keep a word here. When I was in primary school, I won a gift based on there is a play we at that time. So my own part is like Obuaku. So Obuaku. So
you don't need to say more. I'll send you my phone number on the private chats. Let's talk after the show. We may have a show.
It's okay.
Something bigger than this. I will leave you guys.
It's
Show and KJ, you can handle this. We go and do a movie.
Dr. Dameji, comparable facts to look like
we go and do a walk. Yeah, say it again.
I remember Papa Ajasco at the boy Alinko. See, and I be comparable facts.
All right, OBE, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rudolph. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How are you?
The house, thank you for the opportunity to be here again. I just catch up on time. I will soon hop out, so I will do my sharp. Well, I think because I'm the last to speak, maybe show has really hit most part of the news I also followed. And the part of it that really scared me is Ovie, whether he's be ironical in his joke or he's serious or he is actually propagating a message that is actually going to go down with the local.
I'm serious like an heart attack.
Listen to me. If you are this serious, that's why I say coming to America actually does not even change some of us and does not add value to us at all.
I'm not
you know when you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not referring to you. I'm just making a reference. Yes, because when you see people derailing and you are encouraging and applauding them, it makes us feel that our coming here to actually see the Western world has no positive effect in us at all. If we go back there, we're going to replicate exactly what nonsense that is going on there. You understand? The 250 million was not a loan; it's an investment that they are still expecting. It's never a loan that came in from anywhere. It's an investment that is coming in. That one by the wayside. You know, when somebody took me and your father's tax money and go and pay to somebody to make a political settlement, you're telling me that somebody demolished his house. How many court cases was won against the state did he issue check for that he paid out for? So he just picked one because he removed him from whatever position they gave to him because of bringing shame to the government. Now they settled him with almost 1 billion of me and your money. I took a grammar school where I graduated from. Had no admin block, had no classroom, had nothing in the school there. Then you give one tout, 1 billion for my own father's tax money, your father's tax money, telling me to be applauding him. Eh? Is that a country you want to be the one to be proud of for your children? Those are the issues. I'm not saying you shouldn't. Okay, did he take out all the cases that were won by the so-called people that went to court for whatever case the government owned, and can issue check for everybody? Why taking one out? Those are the issues. So we should be careful with how we bring the narrative as if he had done well, he had applauded all. That is my money. Let's give it to one man, 1 billion. Come on now, and you are going to borrow money according to you say it's a loan or investment or whatever. So please, it's so shocking and it's so frustrating when I see the way they run government, and we that are here, when we see them, we are not condemning it. We are not seeing the facts and figures. We are only just hyping and applauding stupidity. You know, be that as it may, I think we forget about Jonathan's meeting Mark too. I think Rudolph missed it out. There was a meeting between Jonathan and Mark, and there was a. I don't know what that union is coming up to, you know, at the end of the day. And somebody was mentioning that Obi was not there in the meeting that was called by ADC, giving them an ultimatum to register before the deadline of whatever primaries they want to do or whatever they want to arrange. Obi is not in the country, so Obi was not in that meeting. People were just even a narrative that the beat should have been there, or is already chicken out on all those stuff. So those also make the news during the week. Thank you. Just Dudolph, I'll be hopping out soon, like half an hour. I want to come in on time before before I start driving.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Zolefia, you give me a chance to respond because
Dr. Thomas, can I say something about what Obe said?
No,
I was listening to Dr. Kachi.
Okay.
Obe right hand man, yesterday, he was commenting about what Obe was saying. It's not that Obi doesn't want to go, but Obi didn't want to go. He just wanted them to get their act right. You know, he was invited. This is according to Dr. Catch. You know, AJ, you know him, right? He's an Obi right hand man. He was on Precious. But anyway, he said Obi didn't want to go until they get their act right.
He said Obi was not even in the country anyway.
Huh?
Obi was not in the country till now.
Yeah, he was invited. So he was
yes.
All right, thank you. Obi, 2 minutes because we have to go.
Yes, Doctor. You see that it's when I hear people talk like this, are they happy? You know why? Because we go win again. They have not learned their lesson. They all claim to be educated, but they lost. They cannot seem to say, "Come, why did we lose?" Even if they rig us, why did they rig us? So, my brother, I appreciate your campaign. Keep it on. I want that same energy. Keep it going. Because guess what? For the past 24 years, since this Fourth Republic, the first governor Benidio, now American product. Osari Mewe take over from him. Now British product. Oshomole himself. Now already someone discussed in
Agbero product.
I am not. See, education says that when somebody is speaking, you give him that courtesy. I allow you spoke. I never interrupted. But still,
sure?
And my governor now illiterate.
A big one, a start one.
Exactly.
All right.
So let me finish. Up to the last one, also an American product. What did we get? What we got, well, for the past 24 years, about 75% of the people were forgotten in the villages. Guess what? Because they are not educated. They cannot speak the slavery language. And guess what? As I said, keep up the campaign. Until we learn una lesson, we go continue to win. Now, what time is this? The Constitution gives everybody a right to lead. Just because you know how to speak the Queen's English does not make you more superior than the next Edo citizen. It's a competition. Doesn't matter how you classify him. They are educated people, they are billionaires, but most importantly, the majority, the illiterates, are behind him. So bring it on. Come 2028, we go win again. You can always insult, use all derogative language to describe him. He go win again. And that's what matters. That's what education take away from you people. It twists common sense. The state that we have today, Mr. Jane will bear me witness, those that make mark on that state never attend this education attainment that you are talking about. So guess what again? It is a competition. We are not backing down. It is our time. In case you don't understand, what time is it? It is our time. Those who cannot speak English, those who cannot articulate themselves, those who are not cosmopolitans. It is our time. We are ready. We are ready. We'll give you people time.
All right. Thank you, Ovie.
It's enough. So call them any name printed in the book. Let us meet at the polling unit. Whatever it takes, now we will employ.
Ovie, thank you.
As again, if you don't know the time, it is our time. The game is on.
Ovie, cheer down.
No. Hey. We've been chilling for the past 24 years.
Leave her, make it the big mouth, nothing the apple. Leave her. Nothing the apple.
All right, guys. Let's.
It is a game.
Thank you, Ovie.
Let us meet. Come 2028. Now, illiterate man, we want that like that. It represents millions of us.
Ovie, thank you.
Just like my mother and my grandmother.
Now you they call her military too. I don't say illiterate too. Now you they call her military.
Yes, and they call.
All right, Edo people.
I'm waiting they call her for a rise, and they call her like that. He is an illiterate. That's why we are voting for. That's why we are voting for him.
Thank you. Ovie, thank
Sorry,
you.
that's going to be our motto for 2028. I need a state governor. 2028.
Ovie, he just started now. He has a lot. We can't be
No,
he has 3 years to do wonders. So let's wait.
Sorry. For you, not 3 years. You get 8 years.
Oh, okay. At least, I mean, the one that is guaranteed now. That's what we're saying.
No. Who tells you that one? The other ones have no guarantee.
All right, Ovie, thank you.
It's only no guarantee when we said so.
Okay, thank you, Ovie. Igbo Basics, thank you for joining us. Welcome to the show. Nice to see you. I'll give you the chance to just 2 minutes to, if there's anything important to you, if Zebediah did something today or anything important, we can discuss it as part of before we go to the topic. You're muted.
All right, it's good to see you all again. Zebediah is coming soon. Dr. Damage is continue the good work, and all you panelists who find time to present on this level of love, who nobody pays, but we're here. So continue the good job you're doing. I just wanted to point out in a couple of things. This was, I think it was, the week of the United Nations in New York. And I happen to have, fortunately, been in New York on the 23rd, which was right at the thick of things. And I observed a massive security, especially around the block, surrounding the United Nations, in that area leading around to the Nigerian house, which is where I was headed. The reason for my coming in is walking down the street, I saw a nice lady with a bag, lady's bag, and on it was written Nigeria everywhere. That's what was on the lady's bag. That interested me, and I walked tiptoed alongside the lady. And when I got to her, I cleared my throat. That tells you that almost every...
I didn't know that pickup line.
Yeah. I cleared my throat.
I didn't know that pickup line. I'm taking it from you.
Yeah, so I cleared my throat. When I cleared my throat, the lady turned around. That tells you that, yeah, that's a Nigerian, truly. It reminded me of many years ago, 1997 and 98, in London, when I was walking by the side of Aton Zeribe, the maverick, who had just finished speaking at the World Book Congress. But he escaped from the stage before I knew it, but I knew he was gone. So I was walking by his side, on the street, and I said, "One Nakedu." Aton Zeribe turned around, saw me, and we chatted along the way. So that always works. When you clear your throat, a Nigerian anywhere would most likely turn around if they are seasoned. That's not the subject of my discourse. The subject of my bringing the topic to the line is that the website of a country is like a bank. And everything in the website, that should be the front, the face of a country. If it is well run, that's great. Nigeria House in New York, that's our country. That's our house. That's our face, anywhere, any day, anytime. I went for passport renewal. And in that process, I was trying my best not to go to New York, as I've heard that they have improved very much so. So I applied online. And they also asked that if you don't want to come in person, you could upload your biometrics yourself. That is at a cost of $100 extra. I didn't mind that. So I did that, but on submitting the application, it allowed me the opportunity to print the application with a reference number and with a reference number and application number, but it did not allow me to pay. That would be a total of $253. I did everything. I went to Innovet website. I understand Innovet is the agency or the company that runs that site for the country. I tried everything. I used Firefox. I used all the avenues that you could use to get into. I use Google, use everything else. I use different computers, same result. Even as I said yesterday, if you try to pay, you cannot pay on that. If you try to book appointment, you couldn't. Make a long story short is that I got to Nigeria House. The staff were very helpful. They did the best they can, even in my own presence, tried all they could to do the same thing, same result. Some of them took it personal to, fight hard to make. At the end, it did not happen. What am I saying? It's not a condemnation of those who are making effort. It's a fact that the country should look at whoever handles our website, because some other people were frustrated in the same process, being there, even in the house, trying to make an appointment, even though they came with children. So the frustration was on there. In a nutshell, I left without that mission being accomplished. But somebody in the house did the best they could, went on and did a different approach. Now I am going to go again on Monday. I was trying to avoid losing a day of work, like many other people would avoid. But that's what it's boiled down to. I'm going to go again, and hopefully they will get that done. Finally, on that same note, I went into the Nigerian website. All their staff, I wrote a letter, and I copied all those who were listed there from Ambassador this, Consulate this, whoever they are, I copied them in that letter, hoping that one of them could at least take a look at the letter and maybe respond. No response. I can understand this UN week, and I can understand all the eye service, and I can understand everything that goes on. But I'm not complaining. I am not trying to condemn. But what I'm trying to say is that when we discuss some of these subjects, practical, that impacts a lot of those, especially those living in the diaspora, we should be able to look at it positively. When I turned 70 years old, I made a promise to myself, and I said, I am not going to make any promise to anybody so that you will not hold me, say, I promised you this, I promised you that. I will do what I can. So the other thing is that we have come to prefer solutions. We haven't come to condemn, but to prefer solutions. So in a nutshell, I simply say that Nigeria has talents. I believe that Nigeria has talents enough to almost operate a glitch-free platform. Nigeria has the talents and the wherewithal to make sure that any platform that we are operating is good enough. And I finally say that if we're expecting outsiders, externals, to fix our country, no, that will not happen. External forces will not fix Nigeria for us. As long as we are still Nigeria, it is us that are going to fix Nigeria. So on the lady that I met with Nigeria, on her bag, I tried to know who she is, tried to get her number. She referred me to her aide. No problem. Her aide quickly gave me her number and stuff like that. I said, thank you so very much, but I just wanted to let you know that we are the Nigerians that you have as Nigeria everywhere. Welcome to New York. So the security was so tight, it wasn't funny. If you went around there or you saw it on the news, it was more security than humans passing on the street on that day. So that is Nigeria for you. And I just want to ask a question. I read that Mr. President of the United States, Trump, had commended Mr. Peter Obi somewhere. I don't know how true that is.
No, it's not.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. That's why it is good for us to have this conversation so that we don't take things and run.
Right.
On that note, I will say to my governor, Alex Oti of Abia State, thank you for rebuilding Omenoko Bridge. If you have not seen the Omenoko Bridge, I think it's something you should see. And every other governor who is trying to build a bridge on a landmark, particularly in the southeast, they should take an example from that Omenoko Bridge. And to the governor of Enugu State, for the Hotel Presidential which I believe I saw Hotel Presidential being rebuilt as a result of some of the work that some of our people have done in the past, showing how dilapidated it was. I saw that it's now been renovated. Hopefully when we go next, we should be able to launch at the Hotel Presidential. Thank you, Dr. Danegis, for doing a good job.
All right, thank you.
Thank you to all my friends.
Igbo Basics. We if we check the okay, let me not go there. Mr. Prince, welcome to the show. I'm editing myself these days, so I'm out of control. Mr. Prince, welcome to the show.
Dr. Damages, thank you so much. Thank you.
I'll give you just 2 minutes because we've done 1 hour and we haven't even started a topic. Hold on.
I'm not gonna take up to 2 minutes.
Okay, go ahead.
What? I'm not gonna take up to 2 minutes. Okay. Today is my day, okay? Today is my birthday. I'm having a great fun. Yes. I only came in when I kept hearing that Rasta man from Jamaica talking and rubbing his mouth. Yeah. Well done, Ovie. You guys will continue. No problem. Okay, no problem. You guys will continue. Over the world, it's all good. It's all good, And other than that, I just want to say thank you, everyone. And you have a great day. I'll sit, behind the scenes and listening. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Prince Akwachi. Thank you so much, and happy birthday. I hope you enjoy your day. We are going to begin our conversation on the United Nations. So there are 3 angles to the story. One was that our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu did not show up for the 2nd time in a row. I don't think he's been in America since the first time he came for the UN when he first won election. Why is that? It's important that we should know. We also want to talk about the angles, different angles. What the Vice President who represented him said. He talked about Nigeria should have a permanent seat at the United Nations. He talked about so many things that if those things came from the president of Nigeria, maybe it will have a bigger weight than coming from the vice president. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about what President Trump said at the United Nations, which made people mad all over the world about the environment, about immigration, and stuff like that. Of course, Netanyahu was the final person that spoke in a way, and people walked out of the chambers. So we're going to discuss that. I will start with Mr. Shaw.
Sorry, Doctor. We forget the drilling in Ogoniland. That's our resources. That's big.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, let me sure before you speak. Let me play a little video just of.
My name is Laolu Akonde, and today I'm reaching you from the United Nations headquarters in New York. But first, here's my take for today entitled, "In Diplomacy, Presence is Power and Absence is Notice." President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to be absent at the United Nations General Assembly for the 2nd time. Currently, Nigeria doesn't have ambassadors in its well over 100 diplomatic missions across the world, including here at the United Nations. No permanent representative since 2024. And now, world leaders are gathering as from Tuesday here in New York, the largest gatherings of heads of state and government on the earth. And it happens once every year. But guess what? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is going to be absent just like he was last year. For context, President Buhari attended every General Assembly meeting of the United Nations for the 8 years he was in office. So this is a serious matter because in diplomacy, presence is power and absence is notice. It was a former UN Secretary of State who said, if you are not at the table in the international system, you are going to be on the menu. Here in New York, leaders from all over the world are converging to define their country's place in the world. The summit officially started September 9, but the general debate for heads of state and government starts from September 23. There's no official reason given for the president's absence for the 2nd time.
All right. So that's a kind of an intro to what we're talking about. So let me start with you. Let me pick someone who has where did everybody go? Uche. Oh, Uche is on the phone. Uche, we're talking about the United Nations General Assembly and the fact that Tinubu did not come, and Nigeria has an ambassador in most countries, and of course what Donald Trump said and what Benjamin Netanyahu said. We are joining it together. So you can start from any side, anyone that you're interested in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you, everyone. I understand and following on what is going on. I saw the Nigerian Vice President, United Nations. He was hammering mainly the issue of permanent seat for maybe Nigerian having a permanent seat in United Nations, something. So I have to ask something as a question. We are talking of issue of security. A country, maybe you think some of the members, United Nations security something. Okay, they have permanent seats or they have seats, they have positions there. Nigeria have no one. I think before the United Nations try to consider some certain countries appointing social positions, they will first go and check background of those countries. How did they manage to solve social things? If we pick somebody, for example, from South Africa to be in social position, do you think that South Africa has no record picking someone there to appoint to be in social position? So in Nigeria, everywhere is shambled. Everywhere is shattered. You can call it security, insecurity. You can call it the politicians doing whatever they like, how they treat citizens. You can call it, where am I going to mention? The order from the bank, World Bank, they give you order, you carry it on without checking what impact is going to take in your people you are governing. So when you bring yourself down in these things, don't expect such appointment or don't expect such position in United Nations. The Nigerian government should not expect such position there, because you will go there and your contribution will be the same thing you are contributing in your own country. If you do well in your country, then other countries will know that when we appoint you or put you in such position, you will do well. So Shettima going there, and when you hear his intonation in English, some people don't understand what he's speaking. I'm telling you the reality. Me myself, I try to understand some language he dropped there, some English he spoke there. Difficult for me to understand some of them because that is how their own side of region, how they speak, or I don't know. But I think before Nigeria send somebody to go and be in such position, in such what I mean, when they appoint somebody to go and represent in that United Nations matter, they should find somebody that can go there and speak. That is not only to speak, to show, give examples, not to pick 4 points. We need social position, we need this. You need examples to back it. It will be reality. So when they go and investigate, to do some certain check there, they will understand that, yes, Nigeria deserves something. I'm not here to bring Nigeria down, but I said that is the mistake they did. When people was clamoring, these things you are doing, how you are governing Nigeria is not the way. They think maybe they can do whatever. Look at what is happening in Abuja. Wike and Aburo, a real Aburo, everybody knows. We are bringing him in general place, part of governing Nigeria, and when you see such person speaking. So what are you telling us? And nobody is ready to in their presidential. Nobody is ready to call him in order. The way we are speaking in the national television is not auguring well to Nigeria in the face of the world.
All right, thank you so much.
Just a minute. Touching in the issue of problems in Gaza.
We lost you, Uche. All right.
Can I? Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me now?
All right. Yeah. Finish up. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. For me to round up the issue about Israel and I think Gaza, Russia and Ukraine. I remember the case of the case of the Soviet Union. This is how they fell, and the United Nations is about to fail because they are not doing the needful. They are doing something I should call partisan. If you want to stop this, United Nations has the power to stop wherever war or all those things going on.
How are hold on. How are they going to stop it?
How they are going to stop it is that you cannot just stop without taking action. Taking action is not taking action is not sending military to go and support social gang because you have told them to stop this. They did not. You gather the people, that is people that have say in that country, for example, Russia. When they speak, the president will hear.
No, invite them in meeting. Hold on. Who will gather the people? United Nations?
The United Nations, should I say, the people that have position in United Nations based on that, because they have session by session. People that handle this kind of war, people that handle the issue of economy, all this is. So they should invite them and tell them. So and they will come. They will listen because some of them don't like the bloodshed going on.
Uche, use Nigeria as an example. United Nations, what would they do? How would they deal with?
For me to use Nigeria, for me to use Nigeria as an example. In this case of Biafra of a team,
what would
and the case of Nigeria?
Use that as an example.
I'm using Nigeria as an example. If you can hear me, I don't know whether my voice is coming later. So in this case of Biafra and Nigeria, people have suggested to Nigerian government, can you call these people for negotiation? Nigerian government have never done it. They are just doing it like the more you look, the less you see. The real conversation about negotiation, round table discussion, they have not. Because they think they are more than Biafrans. They are more than this IPOB. They are more than this Masob. In fact, it's for them to let themselves down. But this is a country in a country. You have to call them to negotiate.
So the UN will call Nigeria to negotiate. Is that what you're saying?
No, you asked me to give an example. So I'm trying to give an example based on Russia invading this and Ukraine or Israel and this Gaza. Israel has the power, and Donald Trump is supporting Israel to destroy lives over there, whatever they are calling it. The people that have say in Israel that can call the president in order, this is the people United Nations supposed to invite to discuss this issue continuously.
Okay.
Not being
partisan. Okay, thank you. I just want to get, I want to get exactly what you mean, because I teach this in school and I try to.
I just want to give an example. I just want to give another example. In Italy, I'm coming. Just a minute. In Italy, we are saying, I saw last time ago, about maybe some months, their military, they are trying to arrange or prepare or service the equipment, and time to time, there is a company where I work very close to that company. There is a kind of interest they have. There is a lot of money, or that place, their economy is booming. A lot of taxes come, so governments have interest there. They came there they try to service whatever that maybe if there is a problem in Italy based on this problem of Russia and Ukraine based on European something. So they're trying to, they call it justare. They're trying to justare everything in their country for them to be prepared should in case. If this thing now come over every European in this issue of Russia and Ukraine. So it's a serious matter. It's not just this problem is going beyond how people see it. So my prayer and my suggestion, they should go further and make consultation and solve this problem, this war here, and not allowing Donald Trump to be pastor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Uche. Let's get other people involved in the conversation.
Thank you so much.
KJ.
Thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Thank you also, Uche. I was smiling because I think Dr. Damages is gaslighting you and you are going along with it. No, because I don't know what he wants you to say because listen.
Of course, it's a question. It's a question. So I have to answer him for me to make him to understand very well. Thank you.
The United Nations has outlived its usefulness. That's it. Not today, long time ago, because they left the major charter, charter which formed the United Nations, and started following mundane things that don't make sense to a lot of countries, and of course, and then totally forgot Africa. Africa was left out, even though at the time of the formation of the United Nations, African countries were still under colonialism. But having come out of colonialism, African countries were not put into place. Rather, were used as, second 11 when they want people to go and stop peace and all that. They call African countries, and Nigeria has been one of the major contributors to that second 11. But having done that over the years, African countries have never been considered as a partner in progress. Consequently, when it gets to providing human life, Africa is called upon. But when it gets to taking a seat in the permanent position, Africa is nowhere to be found. And I said that with every sense of responsibility, that it is not today that we should have, called for the action which Ruto of Kenya is calling. And that's where I want to anchor my own argument. He made a very profound, statements that African countries should check up and have a reason to meet and say to these people, if you are not going to give us a position to now be able to defend our people or make our own views known to the community, then we should also go ahead and exit the union. It's just like, long time ago in my master's, I was writing a paper and I said, what is common in the Commonwealth of Nations? What is common about the Commonwealth? Nothing. The only thing common about the Commonwealth is that Britain gets to tell you what to do. If not, after that, what else is common? What's common? Okay, Britain gets to get our resources and do whatever they want to do with it. Apart from that, what else is common among the Commonwealth? And then from the millions you get from Africa, you give us pieces and pieces here and there, and give us stupid NGOs that don't do nothing but try to tell our people not to behave in the cultural way that we're known to behave. If not, what else is common in the Commonwealth of Nations or Commonwealth of States? Nothing. So we should wake up from this nonsense NGOs that are formed here and there that don't really help have never helped, and it's not going to help. I see people celebrating that the UN the World Bank or whatever is IMF is supporting. Why wouldn't they support Nigeria? Support Ahmed Tinubu? You are playing their script. That's what they want you to do: borrow money and get your people entangled in nonsense. Is it the first time it's happening in Nigeria? Didn't they support SAP during Babangida's time? Even though the whole nation, the poor, those suffering, refused to say we will not take this loan. They pressured the man to take the loan, and that was the fallen, the end of Nigeria and our economy. Till this today, we are fighting from that nonsense mistake that was made by the military during IBB's time. So I will say this, so I don't prolong my discussion. I have a lot to say. That Shettima is not. I think I totally I like when Shettima goes to represent Nigeria, not because I like his politics, but he has the boldness to say what he wants to say, whether I like it or not. He may not be making sense to a lot of you, but he has the boldness, just like Ruto had the boldness to stick it up to their faces and say, look, we're tired of this your nonsense shenanigans you're doing. If you think that the 54 African countries don't make any sense, then why have invite us? And I want to say this for those saying that Nigeria. You see how many people were in the hall when our vice president was addressing them? The hall was empty. So if you people think that African countries don't make sense, why invite us to go and address an empty hall? Who can as well do a video just like Abbas did of Palestine. Send a video. He played to the empty hall if you like. Okay, so if we are not equal or meeting on equal terms, which we will not be because you have nuclear weapons, fine. Then we shouldn't also come. Okay, but unfortunately, you see, which is neither here nor there. If you argue on this, if you talk about the African Union, what have we been able to achieve on our own? Nothing. We don't do anything. What about you take it home? Let's go back, circle backwards. ECOWAS, what have we been able to do? Nothing. So, who is this? Just Gary and where to go and collect extra code. That's all we do. You go there, you go and do shopping, and after that, you go back. Look, until nations like Nigeria is able to fashion a way forward, this will keep happening over time and time. And I would like to rest there because this is totally if we go on this discussion, we will go all the way because so much to talk about, but we don't have all the time. And that, just like Rudolph said, we almost have Mark. So let me go back to Nigeria. I'm sorry, Rudolph, I have a lot to talk about. This is the best time to be a journalist in Nigeria. If I was still in the system, I will not even do anything. I'll just take my microphone and my camera every day. I enter the streets, and that will be my news. You will get so many information from the streets of Nigeria. People have diverse opinions, and they are all going to be true. They're all going to be true because what is happening in Nigeria have never happened before, and many things to talk about. I want to commend Alex Oti for being able to revive that Enyimba Hotel. It's been there for many years, but now he has given that over to, what do you call it, Landmark to develop. And I think it's a very brilliant move, very brilliant move. How do you become a member of the UN when you don't have justice in your country? Simple justice among your people, not against other nations, among your own people. You don't have justice. You can't maintain justice. The ordinary man can't get justice, except you, the bourgeois, who determine when cases start and when it ends. And you want to become a member of the United Nations. So what is going to be your contribution? That you transfer your injustice in your country to international stage and go and embarrass yourself as you have been doing. Whereby when people go to present the actual happening of your country, you and your cohorts decide to shut it down. That's what has been going on. Because when people go and do presentations in the UN, you follow them with your DSS, you follow them with your own government apparatus to make sure that those people they have sleepless nights in their own locality. Think of the Archbishop of Makurdi, who went to do a presentation of what was happening to the people of Benue. What followed after that? I just want to use him as an example. I won't go beyond that point. So what are you asking for permanent seat for? So that you can transfer that nonsense to the international stage where already we are fighting people whose interests are not represented properly. So it's important to note that our president cannot grow because he doesn't know the outcome of his going. That's the truth. Nobody can say, if you remember the story of Noriega, he was in his country when they went there to pick him up. So if you're not sure of whether you go and come back, my brother, it's better you stay back in a place of your comfort rather than putting yourself out there. And Trump's presentation can be argued both sides. You can argue one way or the other. But for me, as an African, I think I like the way he talks to the people, especially for any African leader who wants to help his people. When you go to such conference, you're not going there to go and know, you go there and listen. How, it's when they are insulting you as an individual, and this is my way of making progress in my life. If I come to Rudolph House, tell me every time I come here to eat crayfish and egusi, I will go back and say, hey, so this man have noticed I don't have it in my house. You do everything possible to build your own. I think that's what African leaders should do, especially Nigeria. When you go to such a conference, you take what the leaders of the world are saying to you, okay? Whether they are saying it in just to disdain you, you take it, go back. This man is saying you can't even give your people justice. You can't even give them good governance. Who are you to come and talk to them? You go back and say, okay, so now they can tell it to us in our face. And then you adjust your stupid government and know that the people of your country is the first the rallying point, okay, before any other person. You can't bring justice outside when you can't give it to your people. So who gives you the authority to come and ask for position in the United Nations when same ordinary man in the street can't get justice, cannot get simple justice, and you want to come and bring occupy a seat in the United Nations? I will never tell you that they should give you that kind of seat, because you're not going to bring any contribution, better than what you have said. And I want to commend, and that's be my last word. I have a lot, but I know other people have to speak. I want to commend Ruto. I don't like his politics, okay, but if for boldness, for being able to put the African demand, squarely in a square peg, I like what he did. He studied. I'm not going to say because he mentioned Nnamdi Kanu, issues, okay, because I checked that myself. I thought
what did he say?
He said that the continuous detention of Nnamdi Kanu is illegal. Okay, they should release him. They don't want to release him. They should send him back to Kenya. Now, I thought that wasn't true.
Wait. KJ.
Yes.
Anybody who saw that, we have to cross-check. It doesn't sound like...
Yes, I cross-checked it. I cross-checked with publicity, and they even gave me publicity.
No. I want the clip of him saying that.
Okay, I also looking for the clip.
I can bet you that he didn't say that.
He didn't say that.
Why Ruto will go?
He didn't say that.
There's no reason why
Ruto said that.
KJ, this is how it works, eh? There's no
all right.
reason.
Okay, hold on. Let's not waste our time going there.
Yeah.
If he said he didn't say that, it's okay. I withdraw that
speech, but I'm telling you that it doesn't make sense.
I also asked for the clip.
Yeah,
I asked for the clip. What publicity did for me was to
forget about this thing. Forget about it.
Hold on. Let me talk now, bros.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, I asked for the clip. He didn't give me the clip. Rather, he gave me a portion of his address, and I left it at that. I'm not going to.
Don't leave it. Don't leave it. Go ahead.
Now, hold on. If it's not true, it's okay. I withdraw that. What I'm simply saying that the man was able to put the views of majority of African countries across, and that's why I end it. He was able to put it across. Whether Ruto said that or not, the position of the Kenyan court is very explicit, and that is, that also stands. Okay, so let's leave that apart. What I'm simply saying is his position, he's being able to articulate what should be done or what Africa is demanding is very, very clear to me, and that's where I stand. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Rudolph, I think you're not going according to the order. I was the third person, Mr. James and Show. I let Uche speak. Now, KJ, you can bypass me. That's not fair.
Let him go.
Maybe you're missing the order.
Let him go. He's losing his own front.
I was in before you. It's just that I didn't put on my camera.
Comparable facts. Hold on. I don't have to follow any order. We make decisions.
Okay.
Yeah. So please, let's not stop the show because of whatever. Just be patient. He will come to you. All right. Go ahead. Comparable facts.
Is eager to compare his facts. You want to go?
Thank you very much. KJ, I don't know where you get that information, but that was a fake news because I watched a little bit of the transcript, just the transcript. I didn't hear that from the transcript. I didn't watch him live, but I watched the transcript. I didn't hear him say that. So I don't know where
I thought that had been dealt with. I will move on.
That's not accurate information.
That has been dealt with. Let's move on. Don't use that to waste your time. Well, that has been dealt with.
Thank you very much. So we're speaking about the UN something. There has been a very contrary opinion from different angles coming. The reason why Tinubu didn't come. One of them, because he wants to focus on domestic issue because of what's going on, the insecurity, and when has that become an issue? Man. We know how long he's been traveling France and UK or whatever, but that's what the presidency say. First, he wants to focus on domestic issue. Then secondly, travel schedule, because he just came back from China, UK, or something like that. It may not be conducive for him to extend the traveling, going to UN again. That may not be, important. Thirdly, I'm just giving you what the presidency said. Thirdly, was the cost of governance. When has Nigeria, the presidency concerned about the cost of governance? That's why he didn't go. But having said that, how you going to say cost of governance? Do you know how many of Nigerian diplomats that left Nigeria and went to UN to welcome Shettima? I don't know why they are going there. Abike Dabri was there. I don't know if anybody saw the clips. Abike Dabri was one of some other ministry. They went there to welcome him. They was already there. I don't know how long they've been there already. So when Shettima was coming, it seemed like Shettima was going to their own country. I mean, you have this big delegate that welcomed Shettima to the UN, Nigerian people, So, I mean, they are contradicting what he said about the cost of government. You have very high, big delegate going over there to welcome you. What does that say? So when the presidency came here, lay up that propaganda, that doesn't make sense. Did they think we are stupid or whatever? I don't know. I mean, sometimes the president, they don't come with something can be more reasonable, constitute as something rational. I mean, it's all is lie. So let me go straight. We are talking about why. I don't know. After all, Tinubu has been here once, to my own understanding, right? The first time, and he was here this year. I think he stopped over in California before he went to Japan. That's what I read.
Yeah.
They say he stopped in California briefly,
a
couple of
he did.
hours before he went to the last trip that he went to Japan. So I don't know how far that is.
Who said he did?
I read
it.
He did.
No, you comparable fact. Somebody is saying he did. I want to know who is saying that.
He did.
Say your name. I can't see the faces.
Dr. Kelly.
Oh, Dr. Kelly.
Okay.
He did.
Yeah, he did stop in California before he went to Japan. So this is like about 2 or 3 weeks ago. No, about a month ago, whatever. But I mean, it's not unusual for the vice president to represent their country, but there's many dimensions if you want to have the second in command to represent the country. So let me speak about what Shettima requested. One of them, we already know, he want a permanent seat in the United Nations. Second, they want the debt relief. They want to reform the international finance, recovery of procedure. The people that, corruption that Nigeria has and some other countries, You want the UN, the American government to focus for them to recover, some of the stolen assets. I thought we've been getting, some of those already. And they want a fair access to trade and natural resources. And they even said something about climate change. So I don't know why the climate change is still concern Nigeria. Do we need that? I mean, this is more of a Western, problem. I see you laughing. I mean, that's how I see it.
How can you say that? Are you in this world?
Yeah, I mean, this one.
The impact of climate change is all over the world. It doesn't matter where you live. I
think what he was saying.
We have flooding. It's big. We have carbon emission, and there's so many angles to climate change. What are you talking about? Anyway, thank you.
But African countries, they don't care about African countries. They don't care about own contribution. What we're going to do.
No, there are many things going on. If you follow the climate conferences they're having, African countries are negotiating that they will. This is the kind of negotiation they have. They say, okay, we are not going to kill, destroy the plants and wipe out the forests, but you have to pay us for that. We're not going to use coal if you don't want us to use coal, but you have to give us transfer technology. There are so many things going on. It's all over the world.
I agree with you. I'm a climate control advocate, but I was just looking at it from Nigerian, perspective. The way people about their raising or something like that. What is the importance of we, joining the climate control global or whatever? How's that supposed to help Nigeria? So that's the way I look at it. I'm not saying it's not good. We don't need climate control, okay? So don't misunderstand me, Dr. Rudolph.
All right.
But having said that, I would have liked Tinubu to come because people don't really understand, because the vice president, it doesn't symbolize the same thing. Because if Tinubu had come, he would have symbolized more of authority. I mean, the information, the request, whatever you're requesting, coming from, the head of a country, the diplomatic authority in that regard would have been more received compared coming to, vice president. I mean, that's the way I look at it. And there's some moral and some political weight whenever a president speaks compared to a vice president. There's no doubt about it. And the way people is going to respond, some other country is going to respond compared to, a second in command speaking. It carry more weight. So would have Tinubu make a difference? Is he going to come here and see Balabulu or whatever, Maybe the way he articulates some of his people may not, people may not understand him, but, Shettima spoke well, in my own opinion, you know how audacity and how bold he can be, and he speaks pretty good, in my own opinion. So, it can go both ways, and I don't see all these kind of requests. They are requesting like United Nations, seat of United. It's not going to come to Nigeria. Let's be fair. We know, Nigeria has been asking for it even during Obasanjo time, and that was when Nigeria was was giant of Africa. We are no more giant Africa. Let's call it a spade a spade. We probably rank number 4 right now, something like that. If there are going to be a UN seat, that is going to be portioned to Africa, it's going to be neither South Africa or Egypt.
All right.
I mean, Nigeria doesn't carry the weight they used to carry before. So that's why I said.
So
I'm not going to label you, hopefully. Well, and let me speak a little bit. I don't really want to talk
about.
No,
we don't have time. Sorry. Let me. I'm thinking about all the people who are here to speak. And
30 seconds.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to speak about the UN, how they work out, how about 2/3 of the people work out, when Netanyahu was speaking. I don't know if anybody has watched the clip. A lot of the diplomats, they work out. And when he was going home, he didn't go through Europe. I guess he was, because the issue order for arrest of him. He went through another route. That's what I had. He didn't want to go through the European country. So they don't get to catch him. I don't know how far that is. But anyway, let me just stop here. I have a lot to say, but Dr. Rufus is truncating my analysis. But anyway.
All right. So one day we'll make you a guest. Let me say that I'll give everyone coming up 5 minutes. I think it's fair enough. Otherwise, people spend more than 10 minutes, so we can get through everybody. Ovie, you have 5 minutes.
Dr. Lamy, this is 4 weeks in a row. As soon as they reach my time, you flip, you change, you to the time. I'm telling you, and they assemble my lawyers.
I'm just trying to be fair to everybody. There are people who may not get a chance to speak. Go ahead. Okay.
Anyway, there's nothing more mesmerizing to see Californian and New Yorker going head to head over the policy that they both champion. It's very it's very entertaining. If you know the American, you don't understand that. Sasha,
Rudolph, please, can you put me at the back? I will come up later. Thank you.
Okay. There's an
go ahead.
Go ahead, Ovie.
Okay. I think Dr. Damage, I will start my story from continue my story where I started from. Remember when I say that the European NATO or European Union, as you see it, is done, and you come to at me hard that I should use the proper language to describe. So that's where the story starts. Also in conjunction with when I say America is going through cyclical change. Every 80 years, institution will have to be overhauled. UN is not going to be any different. They midwife it, they oversaw it, they brought it to life. And if they are saying enough is enough, I don't think anybody will take them serious. Is at his own risk. The only way I think this UN will continue as it is when Republican lose election by 2028. And my supplier will rightly inform me that Republicans are going to be in power at least for the next 3 to 4 electoral cycles. So, and that marks pretty much the end of UN as we see it, just like every other institution that they oversaw for the past last 80 years. And I'm saying this because again, it's also boiled down to those people who are so educated that they are so far gone from the reality of the majority that they don't know what is happening. Just like what KJ was saying about the NGOs and other institutions, which is what Donald Trump criticized. If you go back and listen to his first speech at the UN when he first come to power, he criticized all those institutions, and he continued from where he starts with this couple of days delivery, focus on nationalism. How, in fact, he went ahead to say that there's no way that we actually take anything about, I'm paraphrasing, anything about UN serious, or take people who are not elected people serious. In other words, nationalism is at the front of everything. Now going forward, it's all about transactional. They are ready to deal with other nations individually rather than the way it is now. I mean, I don't see any reason why anybody should not just pay attention and watch, because they know why they set it up. And if you are not saying that it's over, we had be the president again, I think I would rather take that serious, as I said, until power change. Because again, the patronism that you are seeing, that is going through around the world, favorable towards the so-called champion nationalism over globalization, is at the core, is at the result of the fact that the majority of every community has been forgotten by the educated ones. They've been forgotten. Every policy for the past 40 years is pretty much centered around the urban areas where the minority lives. And people, that's why I tell my brother then that the fact that you cannot actually see why you lost to an illiterate, as you guys come from Edo State, means that we are going to win again. So the majority are not just crying, they are revolting all over the world. And that's what you are saying, that these people who are orthodox, but guess what? The majority can relate to them. They lie, they do whatever, they blab, they cannot read whatever. That's the majority of people of the world today. Unless you are brainwashed by the educational system that yes, just because you have an iPhone, you can actually know the meaning of come and go, then the world is the world is good. Because that's exactly how the expertise and the so-called credential people who were hand over the world to for the past 80 years, that's how they treated pretty much everybody. So it's interesting that we are we are the generation that are alive that actually witnessing what is happening. Nobody is going to take Nigerians serious in terms of what we are demanding. I mean, if you just like KJ said, go ask people for Nigeria on the streets. I guarantee you, not 2 out of 10 people know where there was a speech in the UN. And you think the people way hold us as colony know understand what is going on? Those are when they argue if climate change will affect Nigeria, no go affect Nigeria. I mean, it's ridiculous, because unless we are still denying that America is not the colony of the United States, that it is, at least economically. So to say that it's like me asking you, do you take your house help serious, or take the people that live in your bus are serious? 99% of them, they don't even know how they live or what they think. So that's exactly what is happening. Change is here. How it's going to go, I don't know. But again, to those who are on the left, the globalists, they actually have a solution, whether you like it or not, which is what is happening in New York as we speak, via the mayoral election. The man is promising government-owned grocery stores, so maybe that will entice people. And if the man pull it off, that means there's a competition ahead. You might be survive. But if that is not the case, my brother, we are going to be waking up to breaking news of every day how one institution is going down. So whether, as I said before, if you don't know what time is it, it is the time of the poor, the uneducated, and all over the world we are the majority.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. Before we continue, before I come to James, let me just announce a few things. Last week I announced on this show that we are going to have Hawa Ibrahim. Sorry, that's not what I mean. Last week I said on this show that we are going to have on 90 Minutes Africa, Hawa Ibrahim from Harvard University. Unfortunately, she won't be able to join us tomorrow because she wanted to postpone. There's something that came up. But what we're going to do tomorrow is that we're going to bring a critic and a writer in place of Hawa. Hawa we'll reschedule her sometime in the future. So tomorrow on 90 Minutes, we are going to have Paikide. Most of you know Paikide. Paikide is a critic and a writer. He just came back from Nigeria, where he spent more than 4 weeks, and he had quite an experience. So he will share that with us tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. So if you can join us at 1:30 New York time and 6:30 Nigerian time. All right, Mr. James, you are next.
Yeah, I was offline. I'm sure you are discussing. The topic is the UN conference. Am I right? I can't hear you.
It's Nigeria and Africa and all the things that happen there. Any angle you want to take, you have 5 minutes.
Now let me look at it from this, should I call it a fiasco mission to the United Nations. It was an exercise in futility as far as I am concerned. Other people might have their own opinion. I still remember those days. I think I was in university or so, when Obasanjo was vying for the Secretary Generalship of the United Nations. There was the cry that it is the turn of Africa, it's the turn of Africa. When they went into the nitty-gritties, they found him unsuitable. That was when Boutros Ghali of Egypt was given the chance. Boutros Ghali completed only one term, certain things went wrong, and it was taken from him. I think it went to Kofi Annan, if I'm not mistaken. Good. Now the issue is this: Nigeria as a country, we are not serious enough to be given that enormous responsibility. This is my personal opinion. Left to me, I agree with what Thabo Mbeki said some time ago while I was in South Africa. This issue of Security Council membership is undemocratic. If we are preaching democracy, which deals with numbers, the opinion of the majority, when the countries of the world, the majority have agreed on something, just only one country, maybe France or Britain, will overrule it. It is undemocratic. So Thabo Mbeki suggested that it should be phased out. Instead of creating more opportunities for other countries to be Security Council members, the system should be phased out and the UN should be reformed. I agree with him. Now, in South Africa, this man was called Indira Gandhi. I think Gandhi was in South Africa. While he was in South Africa, they were having serious racial problems. Instead of him to fight racism headlong, he was trying to elevate the position of the Indians to be equal to that of the whites. Because in most of the buildings, you have what they call whites only, that's Europeans only, non-Europeans. They are not allowed to mix when you are entering the building or using the elevators. So Gandhi was successful in creating another avenue for the Indians, which means that intrinsically he believed in racism. What Nigeria should do is the total elimination of this so-called Security Council membership, instead of trying to elevate yourself to the status of those who are pretending to be democratic while they are not democratic. They are undemocratic. So creating another opportunity for Nigeria or any African country to become a member of the Security Council, we are just, we are approving the undemocratic processes in the United Nations. That is one way of looking at it. Then this so-called United Nations succeeded the League of Nations. At the end of World War I think as a result of the Versailles Treaty of 1919, the League of Nations was formed to work towards world peace. 1939, another world war broke out. At the end of the war, they felt the League of Nations is not good enough to maintain world peace. That was how United Nations came into being. Those who formed United Nations formed it in their own interest. No African independent state of today, with the exception of Ethiopia, was present when the United Nations was formed. Liberia technically was not independent. It was more or less a vassal US territory, even up to today. So whatever they are doing in Liberia is strictly American interests they are protecting. So it was only Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken, who was there to represent Africans when the organization was formed. So the way I'm looking at it is that we want to be like the oppressors. So create a place for us to enable us to join the club of oppressors. This is how I see it. Now, what it takes to be a member of that council, we lack it. We always boast of highly educated people in Nigeria. I disagree radically. The the highly educated people of Nigeria of those days, majority of them are either old or they are already gone. The quality of graduates we are producing this day is wishy-washy, it's abysmal. Let me explain it this way. Look at people like Wole Soyinka, Chinua Achebe, Cyprian Ekwensi, Lechi Amadi, Amos Tutuola. These were writers of a generation who attended the University of Ibadan that was established in 1948. Now, that class of people, they distinguish themselves. Why is it that we are not producing more of Achebe today? Why is it that we are not producing more of Wole Soyinka? Why is it that we are not producing more of Amos Tutuola, Lechi Amadi, and those fine writers? The reason is because the standard of education we have today is abysmal. Please, in conclusion, just listen to Arise News analysts, especially Hosseini Rufai. You will hear him rubbishing professors. Hosseini Rufai is a man who read animal science, but when he sits professors down, he rubbishes them as if they are little babies. So this erroneous impression that we have highly educated people in Nigeria, we should just try to forget it and revamp our educational system. And if we want to represent Africa in any way, it's not through United Nations Security Council. When we assisted other countries to gain independence, we did not do it with the approval of the UN Security Council. We went all along on our own. And in those days, when people want to do anything in Africa, they always ask, what will the Nigerians say? What is the opinion of Nigeria? What is the policy of Nigeria on this matter? It's not because we are members of the United Nations Security Council. So let me just conclude by saying that we should stop pursuing shadows. We should behave like responsible members of the human race. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. James. I hate to always interject, but I think going forward, I will be doing more of that. When Obie was speaking, Obie was talking about, kind of supporting that the UN is of no use, it has no, purpose, like Trump questioned, what's the purpose of the UN? But if you look at what Trump said, he said that UN, they were all writing letters and making speeches and they don't take action, which a lot of people agree to. But it was only James that pointed out one of the issues with that, which is that the permanent members, those that have veto powers, they make it impossible for UN to take any action. There is no issue today in the world that everybody will say, let's do this. One person will veto it, Russia or China or America or France or Britain. And that will mean there won't be any action. So that's one. I wanted to point and make it clear so that people understand. Even Trump that was saying that knew that America vetoes some things that, you find out that more than 90% of the world will say we want to do this. America will say no. So how does it turn to become a proposal organization?
Can I correct my point?
No, that's what we are saying, Rudolph. We are saying that, so let's sit down and realign ourselves with the present reality. We cannot continue to say these 5 members will not allow.
Yeah,
but
I'm getting to that. So
that's not what I meant, though.
No, the reform that Mr. James was talking about, and it has been going on for a long time. How do you reform it? And part of the drive is that the world has changed from that period, the Second World War, the end of the Second World War, where the winners decided how the structure will be. And part of the argument is that there should be somebody representing the Latin American countries or countries in the Southern Hemisphere, somebody representing Africa. They didn't pick which country. We haven't even gotten to the point where they will agree. But the issue I have with what James is presenting is saying that the ideal thing, James is more like idealistic. We should just, instead of saying that we add some countries to the permanent representatives with veto power, we should just abolish it entirely. The problem with that is that
it's not my idea. It's Thabo Mbeki's idea.
Okay, yeah. But the problem with that is that there's no way the powerful countries who have benefited from having this power, they are going to give up that right. There's no way America will give up and say, oh, okay, we don't have a veto power. All these small countries can vote and then say that America is punished for anything. It's not going to happen. So,
Doctor, sorry, let me
finish. Let me finish now.
Okay.
All right. So the problem with that is simply that there are two ways to look at every issue: the realistic way and the idealistic way. James is being idealistic in terms of what you want the world to look like. But reality is that China is not going to give up their permanent veto power. There's no way Russia will give it up. If Russia didn't have it, Russia would have been finished by now, because the rest of the world can gang up against a particular country. So in that regard, they are now saying, Africa is now saying, you know what? We know this reality. We want our own, and they are resisting.
Yeah.
They are resisting. I don't understand, but anyway, it happens. They are resisting. They're saying that we have to have at least one country in Africa with a veto power. And if that is the case, you know that it would have been difficult for them to go to Libya and do what they did in Libya. If there was an African country with a veto power, that country would have said, no, I'm not supporting the UN or NATO.
If there's a powerful country, let's say Nigeria is a nuclear state, nobody will go near Libya, UN or no UN. Did we not go to Liberia without UN authorization?
Okay, that's a different comment. I don't want us to drag this for long, but I just want to point out a few things. Yeah, go ahead, Javier.
Yeah, the point I'm making is I'm not zeroing on the reason they want to either this inefficient or efficient. I'm just saying every 80 years, America undergo the destruction of their institution, and this is not going to be different. Now, the reason they are giving, I am not saying, I don't know why they are doing that, why they want to do that, but the reason they are giving is that, especially the Trump administration, they are saying that the past 40 years, some people or group of industry have taken advantage of those institutions to use it to their own personal gains, so-called NGOs. So that is the reason they are giving. So I am not saying, oh, it's because of the security or whatever. I'm just saying, regardless of what the reason is given out there, the time has come, the time that they have stipulated before they even set it up has come for them to change it. Regardless it's working to their favor or not, it will change. And again, let me put it out there. America don't listen to anybody. America do whatever they want, unless they don't want to do it. Whatever they want, they do it. Nobody, even when Iraq is a good example. The United Nations, everybody's against it, but they went anyway. So they don't actually listen to either the EU or anybody, but they know why they set it up. So that's the reason I'm saying that they actually spearhead the setting of the UN, and they are actually now leading the destruction of the UN.
Thank you. Let's go.
Dr. Rudolph, a minute. Let me give you a breaking news from Nigeria, please. Mama P, the activist from Edo State, right? She has been arrested, because when she came back from Abuja early this morning, because she confronted Abure while she was in Abuja. Now she has been arrested. She was confronted by the thug at the airport. They beat her up. Police has now arrested her in Benin City. So right now she's in jail. They just developing.
All right, thank you.
Why obedient they fight themselves? What's going on?
All right, let's hear from. We are running out of time quickly. Let's hear from Ibo Bezex.
I'll present this and go about my business right now. On the United Nations, which is the topic we had. First of all, the reason why at Basics Express we don't break news is because anything you hear, anything you read on this internet of a space now, you can turn around the next moment, you'll be scratching your head. Did I or did I not read that? Or did I not see that? So unless somebody like Rudolph is there and saw it with his own korokoro eyes, and then he puts it out, because I have a direct communication, I will say, yes, I will take it and run. And unless this is a policy that we practice, our person on ground, he saw it happen. He saw KJ shoot somebody with his pen, literally at Uzuakole. And then he reported back, this is just what happened at the last Uzuakole. We can take that and move. Just like I asked here, one Jerome person had made a presentation that P2B, that Trump praised P2B, blah, blah, blah. with even a picture of Trump and Peter Obi. And I made mention of that. Of course, Rudolph knocked it down that that's not true. I said, okay, no, there we go. So with everything happening now, the Nigeria everywhere, which was at the back and the bag of that lady that I saw. One thing I got from the lady on my brief conversation with her as we were walking down towards the Nigeria house, she was asking, what about the Nigerians? She's not talking about those of us who have come to party at the United Nations. She was saying the people of Nigeria should really, each and every individual should be involved in anything that is going on. And by so doing, our leaders would hear our people and do the right thing. That was the brief. She was appealing to the populace, to the masses, the people we call Nigerians. So going forward still on this United Nations thing, that Tinubu did not come to the United Nations. I just have a question to ask. When Maradona was playing soccer in the World Cup, can you imagine any day that Maradona did not show up at the finals when his people were playing a final? So I would liken Tinubu's absence, Alhaji Tinubu, his absence to the United Nations and sending Shettima. I would just paint that picture of, let us think of why Maradona did not show up at the World Cup. It's a line to think about. And I would also try to talk about one thing that we haven't talked here. Nigeria as a country, everything that the diplomats are enjoying today or participating in today is a result of many years of Nigeria's participation, not just participation, Nigeria's sacrifices and being dribbled and everything else that Nigeria have done. That is the reason why we still show up anywhere, and that's where Nigeria is everywhere. So we are still an integral part of the world. The only final thing that I would like to say is when the President of the United States, Donald Trump, spoke to the people, and we saw it on TV as he was speaking, so we weren't told. And he said, your countries will go to hell. That one word, that you will go to hell. I wondered, and I don't have any criticisms as far as that is concerned, to those of our countries who were there, who were told to go to hell. I just had a question to ask. Has Mr. Trump gone to hell before? Does he know what hell looks like? And has anybody who has gone to hell come back to report to us what hell is before you ask anybody to go to hell? So let us be careful what we hear and what we say. I'll just say that, conclude with soldier come, soldier go, barrack go remain. Nigeria House, which is the closest thing to us here, is still there. And what I saw, what I witnessed, a lot of eye services going on in the houses. I spent a whole day there, and I would just advise the politicians to be wary of those eye services. Finally, if Nigeria refuses to come to the United Nations next year, I mean, don't come. Don't come, don't show up. And your reason being very simple. We need this, we need that, and we are staying home. If we already know the result that is going to come. I know some people will lose their extra codes, okay? Can we make that sacrifice and Nigeria won't come next year? That's my question.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bob.
And I wave to everybody.
Okay, thank you. Let me, Mr. Dr. Kelly, if you don't have any health issues, if you don't mind, can you sit up? We actually don't allow people to lie down. You are muted, so he's out. All right. So let me see. I just wanted to point out just a few things. Mr. James, when you were talking about Shoyinka And Achebe, why is it that we don't produce writers like that anymore? This is maybe a generational thing. There are some people who will tell you that someone like Chimamanda Adichie, Tejuko, they're as big as Soyinka and Achebe of today in terms of relevance in the international scene of writers. But anyway, it's a point I wanted to make.
The difference is in numbers. It's just Chimamanda in our times. But back in the days, we have back in the 60s, we have more than 5 people, as Mr. James mentioned. But today, it's just Chimamanda, if I'm not mistaken.
No, there are more than, you just may not know them. There are more than 10 people. I can mention 20 writers who are big around the world. So the question of whether you knew them or not. All right, let's go to Ike. Ike, welcome to the show.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, how are you?
Good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday. What are we talking about? Well, I just want to listen. More or less, Nigeria more than the United Nations. The governor of those states said 2 million people talking to 2 people. In London, this is the kind of people we have in the government of Nigeria that go outside to speak for Nigerians and outside the world. Last week I said, the governor of Anambra State, your governor, is in America using the Anambra money to buy honorary degrees to make sure that he wants to win election. While the road is tying in Onitsha, rain fall and the whole road break into pieces. I said here last week that the people of Anambra State will do everything humanly possible that this man doesn't come back. He and the Chief Okachuku should not go back. Any other person that is contesting the governorship of Anambra State, but Soludo and Okachuku should not go close to Anambra government house, because with all his professors, he has shown us what he can do and what he would not even do. So let us not deceive ourselves. As for your United Nations, it's the toothless bulldog where 5 people has veto power. Why are we there? We are just wasting our time. Every year, people gather. At the end of the day, China will say no, and everybody will go up. The next year, France will veto, everybody go home. The next year, America will say no. And people are coming. I don't know why. I don't even know the essence of the so-called United Nations. The Mr. Ruto who was speaking, he's a pawn in the hands of the West. So who is he speaking to? I'm not weird with the grammar, all those grammar they speak. It doesn't move people like me because he's a pawn in the hands of the West. What is his administration in Kenya? What is he doing in Kenya? Has he not ruined Kenya? So he went to United Nations and put on suit and begin to speak big grammar. And people are hailing what he was speaking. What is he speaking? He's talking babadash. At the end of the day, you go at the back and collect his money from the people from the West. So I really listen. I really do not think that, like AJ said, you want a permanent seat at the United Nations. Come on, West Africa, ECOWAS here. Nigeria has no say in ECOWAS. ECOWAS, small countries that are members of ECOWAS. We can't control ECOWAS. And you are seeking permanent position at the United Nations. With what? Well, what do you have to give what do you have to present to the world for you to get a permanent seat at the United Nations? What do you have? Your vice president is going to United Nations and he carried the whole governors and the people in Nigeria. What happened to the embassy in New York? Don't we have an embassy in the US? And they are telling you that they are trying to reduce cost. And the people that are supposed to welcome the vice president of Nigeria in America is the people that are staying with Nigeria, that they are eating suya every day in Nigeria, together in Abuja. They're the same people that they fly to New York to go and welcome him in New York. What happened to the embassy of Nigeria in Washington and New York? Where are our diplomats? That's what other countries do. Your country is a joke. This country called Nigeria is a complete joke. So I really I really do not really understand, Nigerians, the way the people that we try to say we want to make sure Nigeria is a better country, they are the same people that these criminals are using. They use the so-called future, the use of the future of Nigeria. They're the same people these criminals are using to attack their fellow youths in Nigeria. These are the same people. Every day we come here to talk about how is Nigeria going to be better. It's still the same youth. It's still the same, the future of tomorrow. Those who want to be leaders of tomorrow in Nigeria are the same people. This old brigade are using to commit harm to their fellow Nigerians only because of 50,000 naira, 100,000 naira. So it's funny. Mama P, yes, it was true. It's not fake news, it's real. He met the former chairman of Labour Party at the airport. And he went to him and told him, you are the reason why that Nigerians youth are what the suffering Nigerian youth are suffering. You are the cause because you sold the Labour Party to APC for your own selfish end. And that's why Nigeria is where they are. And he called his thugs in Edo State to wait for her. And when she had landed in Benin, she was attacked. It's not fake news, it's real. So the same youth that we are talking about, the same people we gather here every day to talk about how does the Nigerian youth, how do we survive? They're the same people are using for. So I just felt that it is time for Nigerians to know that all these things, these people who go outside representing me and you, they are not representing me and you. They are representing themselves. So if your vice president could go to America, to the United Nations and carry people that are in Nigeria and went to America, it's a joke.
All right. Thank you, Ike.
Rudolph, I just want to say we are 232 right now, and we have only 36 likes. Please, if you're on the keyboard and you're watching us, do well to like it so that this can also spread. Other people can come. If you don't like it, the whatever will not allow. Yeah, will not allow you to be seen. But if you like, the more like you press, it is free. Please like it so that other people can also come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, KJ. Just before we continue bashing the United Nations, let me just mention that the United Nations, they do some good work. They do some good work, so people know. HIV, AIDS, drugs that you see in Africa, most of the drugs are products that were negotiated by the UN for countries in third world countries, countries that are part of the third world, that could not buy in the open market. Sometimes they do good. So I just wanted to point that out. It's very easy to bash. And there's something they can do. We know diplomats, even our own diplomats at the United Nations, they are handicapped. There's nothing, if you talk to some of those people, they will tell you, they don't have the funding. America pulls funding from them and then complain that they're not doing any job. Trump said that, when I negotiated peace, America, the UN was supposed to clean it up for me. They didn't clean it. What are you talking about? You won Nobel Prize in negotiated peace. When did UN become the cleanup crew that will come and clean up something for you when, but anyway, it's very important.
But they are not negotiating peace, so Trump is doing it for them. So they should do Trump job for him,
Clean up for him. These are things that we need to question, and there are people who look at it and they question it. Why will a president be talking this way? You deny funds to UNESCO, agricultural, so many organizations. You said you are not going to be part of it, you are not going to fund them, and then you complain they are not doing anything. Well, how would they do anything? You veto anything that, anyway, but it's important. Dr. Kelly, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudolph. I don't know whether you all know that Africa in general is trying to pull out of UN as a continent. They're trying to pull out of UN.
Where did you see that?
Yes, I read it.
Where?
Yes.
Because it's very important that we know this.
PLO Professor PLO Lumumba and Dr.
PLO is not. PLO is
Are you
not.
sure they are not recommending?
Wait, hold on.
No. Yes, they. Okay, let me use the word. They're recommending for us to pull out of UN. But let me.
That's different. That's different from.
Okay. Yeah, for people that are saying for Nigeria to be permanent or to be given a permanent seat in UN, do you know what it means to be a permanent member of the UN? That means you have a veto power. So how you gonna tell me, like KJ stated earlier, that there's not even one single justice? In fact, even if you get the justice, it's not even been implemented. That UN is gonna look at you and give you a permanent member of the UN, and you're gonna stop America from implementing what they want to implement, or anywhere they want to implement it. It is not going to be possible. It is not going to be possible. To be honest with you, or if a lot of you all, which I know most of you all are following Nigeria, you all know that by next year, I don't even know if we're going to have a country, because the way things are going on in that country now is, I mean, with all these things that this guy is implementing, is gonna, I mean, but anyway, talking about Tinubu, all the excuses he's giving for not coming to the UN, he wanna save cars. Look at his convoy, 140 cars, 140 cars, and none of them is cheap. None of them is less than 100 million naira. And he want to save costs? That's what Asurok said. No, they want to save costs? Costs for who? Then in Nigeria, is a joke. It's a joke.
Keep talking, Kelly.
Okay, so if Nigeria is made a permanent member, or I think it was James that said it a little while ago, that we cannot even control ECOWAS, that is at our backyard. Now, how are we going to be permanent members of UN that will have the veto power to control a country like India? We can stop anything. We can control a country like Israel. We can stop anything, what they want to do. This guy talking about, yes, Dr. Rudolph is showing 140 cars, convoy, that this guy is, which president in the world goes with this kind of convoy? Which president in the world? And you're telling us to be patient, it's going to get better. Your policies are getting better, and IMF is deceiving Nigerians, because IMF is all they told to Nigerians is BS. We started hearing IMF, everything that they've told, all these poor countries. Look at all the nations that have improved or that have made progress since the 1980s. None of those countries has democracy. Democracy is a fluke. None of those countries, practice democracy. None of them.
All right.
So,
go ahead, round up.
Yeah. So, this administration is like pulling the. I mean, you will see it that the color is white. They'll tell you it's black. On open book, you see it, very clearly. This color is white, and they're telling you it's black. So Nigeria is scaring me, because just a lot of us that travel to that country, I mean, when we go there, it's just like I mean, everything is, nothing is getting better. Nothing. Since the 1960s, they continue to tell us the future is, is brighter. The future is getting darker and darker and darker every minute. So, my dear brothers and sisters, or whatever, I think Nigeria cannot and will not be given a permanent member of UN because they are not worth it. Nigeria is not worth it. Nigeria is not a country. It's a mere geographical expression. That's what Nigeria is. Unless somebody is going to tell me otherwise. Thank you, Dr. Rudolph.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kelly. I just want to point out that when they were discussing permanent membership, the United Nations, in terms of the reforms, they were not talking about giving the new countries veto power, but at least to give them a permanent membership. Because right now, it rotates. Sometimes you find Nigeria as one of the 12 people in the Security Council, but they were saying that at least you should give countries across the world a permanent membership. So Nigeria, Brazil, South Africa, Egypt, Indonesia, India, those are the countries that are pushing for a permanent place in the Security Council. All right, one more.
But Dr. Rudolph, let me ask you a question, please, 1 second. If you don't give them permanent membership, what is the purpose?
No, if you don't give them veto, is that what we mean?
Yeah. If you don't give them veto, what is the purpose?
Well, there's the permanent. Most issues go.
Yeah, I know.
Most issues they go to the Security Council. So if you are not there, you don't have any input, and they'll still take a decision. And it's the most powerful organ of the United Nations. It's just that if you have a veto power, you can turn everything upside down with that power of veto. But in terms of who governs, who is the Security Council, and Nigeria and these countries like Brazil, they are insisting that they should be there permanently, not by rotation. There are years you find that Nigeria is in the Security Council, but for 1 year or two, and then they will leave again. All right.
Dr. Laments, there are criteria to be for becoming not just a permanent member. There are criteria that Nigeria has to meet in order to get that permanent seat or have a veto power.
Oh, they've not changed this since the beginning of the United Nations. So there is nothing written that this is a criteria. People who won the war gave it to themselves. That's it.
We are too poor. We are too poor for them.
That's why Germany is not there.
Let's accept the fact, Dr. Damage. Let's accept the facts.
It's not about money. And if they look at the point, look, this is one of the questions I ask my students at the end of the class. I say, if they give it to Africa, which African country do you think should have it? So that's another conversation.
They are considering Algeria, actually. I think Algeria has been on the loop for a minute.
No. Anyway, Algeria is not there. There are certain things. They want a country. Okay, for instance, now, most people will vote for South Africa to be the country that will be. But you know that a country like America, Israel will oppose that. South Africa having that, because South Africa is bold. If they stay here, they wouldn't do things that the America and Israel will want them to do. So we don't know. We don't know it to be. Eventually, they have to change. It has to change. We don't know how long it will take, but it's been on the table for so long. And when that time comes, at least one African country will have a permanent seat at the UN. All right, Kene, welcome to the show.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, good day, sir. Good day, everyone.
Yeah, nice to see you.
My big Oga, I can greet you, sir. Zebrodaya, sir. I'm fine, sir. Good to see you again, man of prestige. Mr. James, good evening, sir. My brother, Opebelo.
We are winning. Call us winners.
Al-Majri went to abroad to go and bring investors. I wonder.
Don't go buy vehicle. Don't go buy motor for your friends. You go bring investment.
Yeah, Dr. Damages, we have a topic or just...
Oh, I thought you've been listening to us.
Sorry, I was driving, so I was in and out.
Okay. All right, we're rounding up on the issue of the UN Nigeria's participation, the speech of Shettima, Tinubu not showing up, the issue of Trump's participation, what Trump said. He said that people should, this is a point that we didn't discuss. Trump actually said that European countries allowing immigrants to their countries, that they are going to hell. And this is a big issue, but most Africans don't understand that because we ally ourselves. I don't know what side most people are, but the point is that European countries are white settlers in all these countries of the world, like Australia, New Zealand, America. Even they are feeling that they are being replaced. That's behind all the issues you are hearing around Brazil. Yeah, that's the issue. Okay, and Trump is telling them you are going to hell if you continue to allow immigrants to come to your countries. Germany is a good example. When Merkel was, I think that was her name, the woman that was chancellor, brought in 2 million people from the Middle East because they lacked workers in Germany. Their population is aging, they're not having kids. In Italy, they are in trouble because their population is decreasing. They need people. So the issue is, the problem they are facing in Europe is, should we allow other people to come in, or should we keep closing our borders and then closing schools? In Japan, schools are closing. There are no kids to go to schools, and there are schools everywhere. So it's a major issue in the world. And then Trump mentioned it, that Sharia law. He mentioned that in that speech, because when Muslims and other people go to these European countries, they try to bring in their cultures. And it's something that white people are scared of. But this is something they did. They wiped out the Americans, the Indians in America. They wiped out people in Australia and took it over. Now that they are going to face that ultimate thing in another years, they are worried. So this is behind, and for him to come out in public and say this is something they don't say in public. This is something that you don't find white politicians in Europe, Australia, wherever come out to say. But Trump came out and said it, and there's no solution to that. They are not going to start having babies. Their women are interested in living their life.
Doctor, the other side to it is that they are trying to ship the Gazian to either Ethiopia or one of the
that one is a different conversation. That's that situation.
Let me,
So can I go ahead?
So Dr. Damages, Nigeria is not a part of those who should go to hell.
Oh, by the way, one last thing about hell. Trump actually said in one interview, I think some pastors spoke to Trump, and they told him that you have to make amends because you don't want to go to hell. He said in one interview with Fox that he's trying to make heaven. So he's conscious of the hell thing, and he's worried about that. So he's using that word.
That's a figure of speech, Dr. Dameji.
Okay, it's not a figure of speech. That's why I asked my question earlier on about whether he has gone to hell. And somebody said that Dr. Damages has gone to hell. He should tell us.
Let me start with my lovely president.
Yes,
I would differ with him in the area of going to hell or heaven. He may believe that there is hell, or heaven, but unfortunately, I don't believe in that. I believe when I die, big 6 feet put me there. I might be just, perambulating in the land of the spirit. I don't know about any heaven or hell. But this is it. Trump is doing Africans a great favor. Trump sees farther than we. Most of the Africans are really looking at the issue. Yes, they were settlers, and they've made those places their home. Back in Nigeria, some Yoruba people were settlers. They came as settlers in Yoruba land, Lagos precisely. But today they are scared of Igbos coming to settle in Lagos, in their argument that Igbos would, change their culture, take up their lands and all that. And a lot of Nigerians, especially the Yorubas, supported that, right? So you can't pick and choose. So if you support that idea, you shouldn't be condemning the likes of Trump that are fearful that you Africans are coming to dominate and change their culture. It's not wrong. It's not wrong when he made mention of the Boko Haram, Sharia law, and all that, right? Sharia law, we all know what they are for, to change whatever you believe in and dominate you using their own ideology. So I don't see anything wrong with that. We've seen how they run down UK. For some of us that are in UK here, you will tell us how you are faring in UK. They've run down UK. UK is as useless as Nigeria is even better than UK when it in terms of standard of living. Though you make money pounds, but you spend it, and you'll be left with nothing. But in Nigeria, you make your naira, you still have some small change left, left for savings. So yes, I'm 100% in support of them. If you're an African coming to the Western world, you should be coming to impact and to also maybe take something back home, not to come and begin to do your terrorism nonsense in another man's country or trying to change another man's way of life. Yes, they did it in the past, but is that a good thing? No, that is evil. And that shouldn't be the reason why we should allow it to continue. If we want to condemn evil, we should condemn evil in its entirety. We don't choose and pick. But what they did in the past is wrong, but we shouldn't do the same to them. Because if they do that to us, we wouldn't like it. They did it to us in the past, we don't like it, we still complain. Now, we're talking about that Abado guy. See, I don't like discussing about this guy, but sometimes you don't just run away from discussing about him. Do you really expect him to come to the US? This is a well-known drug criminal that has some charges against him. He sent his boy, the vice president, to come. And as always, I don't know, somebody was complaining that they told him he was trying to save money. See, these are the stories we hear all the time. We are not mugus, we are not stupid. So we know that he's just saying that to his Abado supporters, those that believe whatever nonsense that come out of his mouth, the likes of Kulata. And one man went to more. How is that guy saying? Is he still alive? And Sam. So those are the ones that will carry that propaganda, and begin to sing his hallelujah praises for him. And then we're talking about permanent seat in the UNC. Nigerians are like a child that has not crawled. When you crawl, you walk. You put the first step, you walk. But from belly, Nigeria wants to start running. Nigerians, they don't know their mates. You don't know your class. Nigeria is a classless country, but you want to compete with leaders, right? You want to compete with your seniors when you have nothing to offer. This is a country that could not contain the activities of Boko Haram in their country. This is a country that is known for high level of corruption. I don't think there is any country in this world that is as corrupt as Nigeria. No. I don't care whatever they have in their statistics or whatever. No. From what I've seen so far, being somebody that was in that place and somebody that always visit that place, there is no country that is as corrupt as Nigeria. So you have all these garbages and you want to have a veto power. See, you all know just small local government chairman, what they do with power. Okay, look at the I can't use any word, right? I wanted to say, look at the vagabond that we have in Anambra State, but let me withdraw that because I don't think that is the right word to use, right? But the governor that we have in Anambra State, look at the small power that they gave him, what he's doing with it. And thank you, my big brother, Oga Ike. He rightly mentioned, put it the right way. You want to be a governor, but you have nothing to show for it for the first time that you've governed the state, and you want to be the governor the second time. And you are so desperate to the extent that you use the state money to come to, there is one state in US, South Carolina, right? To buy award. They gave you award as I don't even know the essence of that thing. See, is this guy really a professor? That was asking. If you give Soludo award, how about OT? What are we going to give OT? The entire world? Governor OT of Abia State. No, so this guy went and met some crop of clowns, his type, gave them some more money, and they corner him at the one backyard and gave him one useless award, and that is it. That is the yardstick for voting for him for the second time. You have nothing to achieve. You build roads the next day whenever it rains, the rain will wash it off. And you want to be the governor for the second time. So Nigeria has nothing to offer. Personally, they should stay away from the UN. They have nothing, because they won't even represent us. Don't be surprised if you go to UN, that is when they will say Nigeria. They will say the remaining part of Nigeria. And things will get worse. Now, what do they call him? Is it Tinubu, right? Yes, Tinubu. And somebody will actually
not at all.
Somebody will actually want this guy to.
God is my witness. No.
To change anything in Nigeria, to bring any positive change in Nigeria. See, you guys sometimes I wonder if
I don't know whether you watch Dr. Damages.
Somebody is interfering. Yeah, even in the same Nigeria that you and I know that you are talking about. See, my brothers. I wish US the best, but for Nigeria, I don't wish Nigeria anything good for now until we do the right thing.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. Last we were here.
Dr. Rudolph, sorry, I have a question from the comment section, because when I was making my commentary, I talked about why is it that the vice president has to come with the people that are, all of them are eating Nigerian money to come here and welcome him. We don't have embassy anymore. We don't have diplomat. Somebody wrote on the comment section that the man in Assorok have not appointed the ambassador. Is it true?
Yes.
Okay, he has not appointed ambassador, but there are no other diplomat. Is the embassy closed? Yeah, in New York.
Who is Bianca Ojukwu? What is she doing in Finland? Who is Abike Dabiri? What is her portfolio? They say they don't appoint ambassadors. What portfolio does Bianca has?
Okay, so of course Bianca, she's a minister of state. For Abike, she's head of Nigerian Commission. What do you call Nigerian Diaspora Commission, which is a commission set up long ago. But the point is this: we don't have ambassadors in most countries of the world. Tinubu recalled our ambassadors and didn't post new ones yet. I don't know why, and that's an issue. But it's tradition. What they do is what they always do. They come in with the same flight because the Americans or whatever country they travel to, maybe diplomatically they don't bring people, and sometimes they do bring their own people. They will line up. They will shake the hands of their own people. This is a colonial thing that will continue.
Time now. He has 2 more years. He can appoint them next year.
No, it's not good actually that we don't have ambassadors around the world. They do a lot of work that we don't know about, and there's no reason why he shouldn't. Their lists are out there. He already made a list, but he just didn't want to announce them yet.
They are cutting costs.
No, actually, they don't have money to pay to take care of the embassies. You know, we're one of the countries in Africa. I think we have over 100 embassies and consulates around the world. We shouldn't have up to that. We don't have the money to maintain that kind of presence.
This month to election, you go appoint them. Don't worry. I don't know why they rush.
Anyway, let's round up because we have to rant and close. I hope Forefathers is at the other end, ready to finish, start his own show. Hutus are not Yadis. God help me. Welcome to the show. We don't see your face. What's happening? Where is your light?
No, Nepa took light.
He's a black man. He's
No. We like to see. We know you.
Can't you see me?
We can't see you. That's what I'm saying.
The camera is not on.
No, it's on, but you are in a dark place. Are you hiding?
No.
I can see him, maybe not because I smoke.
No.
Yeah, you smoke.
Can you see me?
Now that you wave your hand, we see your hand, we see your teeth. Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Your teeth white. Yeah, now we can see your hand.
Just
blind. Maybe the blind, just open the blind.
It's not where you are inside the room. That's what it means, I think.
Yeah, it's very important that we know people who appear on the. But we know him. I think most people know him by now. He's
better now.
but it's important that
Is it
we.
better?
Yes,
Yeah, it's better now.
But it's not. It's not like Kene's on.
Oh, you know why? Because when I used to close the camera, like it defaults it, so
Okay.
depending on the kind of meeting.
All right. So.
All right. So yeah, I was listening to you guys off and on, and we really can't talk on here. But what do you have, for example? You mentioned Sharia, right? And I don't think if you knew what Sharia entailed, I don't think people in the West will be scared of it. For example, I'll give you an example as I move on. Look at societies like, and I know, and I do understand the fear is that a lot of y'all look at northern Nigeria, for example, with the corrupted what it's supposed to be about. So maybe that's the impression you guys have when you think about Sharia. And that's fine. If they come to the West, you have to adhere to people's beliefs, you have to adhere to people's the way they rule. But if you look at places like Kuwait, for example, Saudi Arabia, Oman, all those progressive Arab societies that actually follow what the Sharia entails, I don't think you can actually say there's anything wrong about it because they're just as strict, maybe even less strict than Western, at least on the United States front, Western judicial system in terms of punishing and trying to ensure that people do not recidivize in terms of crime. Moving on from that, it is at this point in history, it is inevitable that the West will have to deal with immigration for causes that they put on themselves. We could go to the feminism aspect, including women in the workforce. These are things that make sure their own women do not have time to reproduce, right? And then a lot of things happen, the pressures on the men that when they took a poll in the last, at least 2 or 3 Gallup polls, men don't even talk to women, even in Japan. They don't talk to women. So that's nobody's fault. Mortality rate is low. They have to survive somehow. They're causing wars overseas. In the case of the Western nations and America, they're pushing people this way. And as a MAGA supporter, you should know that they're laying a lot of this blame on Jewish-run NGOs. So on the ground, they're blaming the Jews for bringing in all these people. But in essence, it is inevitable, except they want their society to die out. There's nothing they can do about it. Welcome to the 21st century. Welcome to the life of maybe the white people might become the minority. It's inevitable, right? Now let's move on to the UN permanent seat. I've listened to a lot of people. I want to say I'm kind of disappointed, but again, I understand where everybody's coming from, saying maybe Nigeria should not get a permanent seat. I stand on the opposite side of the fence on that. I think Africa deserves a permanent seat. I think everybody would agree with me on that. I think Africa deserves a permanent seat. It's about time that we also call the shots. We run this world. Without Africa, the rest of the world is going to starve. Without Africa, that computer you're looking through, you won't have it because all those parts, all the raw materials needed to build all those things come from our continent. So why don't we have a say in how the world is run? Africa deserves a permanent seat. Now, the argument might be, should it be Nigeria? Maybe Egypt might be in contention. maybe South Africa. We are of Nigerian descent. I would support that Nigeria gets it. Is Nigeria getting a lot of things wrong right now? Yes. But these are the parts, or this is the road a country goes through to get to its destination. I always use America as an example. I always tell people, go back and look at what America was 200 years ago. Edgar Allan Poe, Rudolph, you would know. He died from the assault from the Cooping gang. We had what were called Cooping gangs here, where they would beat people over the head, drag them to polling booths, and make them vote multiple times. This is how the famous author Edgar Allan Poe met his death. So is Nigeria going to get it at some point? Yes, these are the dark ages of Nigeria. I understand that, and I get that. And I know 200 years from now, a lot of these guys that are in power today will be looked at and be written off in infamy. Everybody's going to look at them and cast aspersions on their name. But do we need a permanent seat? Which country is more influential in Africa than Nigeria? Maybe it's nationalism in me speaking, but I'd say if there was to be a permanent seat on the Security Council, let's give it to Nigeria. There's nothing wrong in that. In fact, it might actually accelerate our development, especially since now we will be heralded in the Committee of Nations. So let's look at, if we're saying Nigeria is not getting it right, this is why you don't want them to have, and I'm not going at you just Kenny, I'm just talking to you because, you know, me and you always have conversations. So, you know, if you want to say, for example, Nigeria, there's things going on in Nigeria. We're from the United States. At least 50 people are going to die of a gunshot wound today. There's going to be people that are going to be kidnapped, trafficked. Nobody will ever hear about them here in the United States. There's going to be drug sales. We might wake up, there might be a school shooting on Monday, God forbid. You know, there's serial killers in at least 6 parts of the country right now that nobody knows who they are. These are things, internal problems that countries go through. Nigeria is no different. I understand everybody wants Nigeria to be great, and it hurts people to actually put the country down. At least I would believe so. But I think at some point we need to start supporting this nation and speaking good of it instead of just speaking ill of this country all the time. Now, to what Rudolph was saying, and I know I'm just hurrying up based on the notes I wrote, and I'm trying to catch up on all the conversations you guys had. You spoke about Trump, and you mentioned, let me go this way. Do you know, Rudolph, that right now, Trump just forced a sale of TikTok to Israel? They just forced Israel, they just forced TikTok, the American division of TikTok, to Israel, to Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel and all these other people, just because they want to control the narrative of what's going on in Gaza. Now, look at how messed up this country is. Netanyahu actually held a conference. I will post links in the chat. I didn't have time because I rushed it before you closed. Netanyahu actually had conferences with influencers, telling them how to shape the narrative that is occurring in Gaza, because over 60% of the population all over the world, especially young people, are against Israel's atrocities in Palestine. Now, why do I bring that up? I bring that up because the biggest supporter of Israel today of the murder and the genocide is someone that has veto power. And before the rest of the European countries turned on Israel in the United Nations, France, Spain, Germany, they all supported this. They all led the world in one direction. At some point, and I think this is the point, the rest of the world has to have equal power. There's no point why some people are at the top. They've brainwashed the rest of the world that there is a hierarchy and they are at the top and the rest of you have to be at the bottom. If the rest of you are cool with that, I am not. And I know there's a lot of people like myself that do not subscribe to that. These are the chosen people, or these people deserve to be on top based on brainwashing or based on the respect they forced on based on the color of their skin. So in essence, and I think I'll be able to discuss this more with forefathers on the show, does Nigeria deserve a permanent seat on the UN Council? Yes, absolutely. If anybody is to get it in Africa, I think it should be Nigeria. And I actually think Africa should get 2 permanent seats on the Security Council.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from forefathers, and then we'll call it a day with, if I say rants, nobody will stick to 1 minute. So I don't know.
You said we'll rant, right?
Yeah.
I was actually waiting for that.
I was waiting for that now.
Okay, we will rant.
Forefather should have taken last now, so we all just finish it.
No, let him just pray because he's
look. Forefather not go finish. He bring dictionary.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this.
Now, just watch out how forefather will feel relaxed and make his presentation without being interrupted, without being shut down, without being taken back to the backstage. But I just wish you learn from Dr. Damages anyway. Go ahead.
See, it's like the rewarding bad behavior. I come late and I'm about to speak. That's why I was laughing, but it's okay. It's all right. Thank you for that, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I think the last statement I heard from Houthis are not Yazidis. Because just this evening I was doing some research. I don't even know what drove me to do the research. I think I was looking at news of the week, and I said nobody looks at Sudan news anymore. Let me check what's going on there. And because of that, based on the research I did this evening, so I felt I needed to react to that. I think that the reason why people worry about Islam spread, it's not just for nothing. It's from there is serious consequences, and you can see that in Sudan right now. We are talking about the war in Gaza costing about 60-something thousand lives so far, at least officially. But that of Sudan has cost about 150,000, and it started in 2023 too. And the people that are mostly doing most of this killing is RSF, they call them, and these people target non-Arabs. They target them, and I find that very, very disturbing, because you can see why many Arab countries are quiet. These are Arab nations this is happening to too. The population is massively Arab, and based on my research, it's something that happens relatively recently. We see this sort of stuff happening with herdsmen killing people in Nigeria. We don't understand the trend. This is how they spread. They keep attacking Africans, and Africans just barely 1,000 years ago in that area, it was 100% African. Now it's 80% Arab. That is an extermination size event going on, and we just pretend as if we don't see it. And these people are Muslims, make no mistake. That is a problem I think people need to be waking up to, because sooner or later they will be at our backyard. We already have a lot of Arabs here. And that's based on my research. That's how they move. They come in, first is the religion, then they come and settle, and they settle and become the elites, and before you know it, they start attacking the locals. That is how it happens. I'm not blaming. And if you look at history, I'm not saying it's their fault. It's our fault. We cannot resist it. It's our fault. This is what the British saw and the Western people saw. This is why they brought Christianity. They didn't bring Christianity to come and give us religion. They brought us Christianity to counter Islam, because they saw that Islam would take the entire continent if they didn't counter it with their own religion. That is what I found out this week. And some other person did the research and published the video on this. I was surprised. I've never heard of that angle, that the reason why the West brought Christianity to Africa was because of Islam.
No. Forefathers, no.
Okay, I will provide the evidence.
I totally disagree. Okay, provide it.
No, I'll provide the evidence.
So if that is the reason, does that mean we should accept both?
No. My point is that because they understand the implication, they understand the power it possesses over the people.
Both of them, we should see both of them as one. You as an African, see both of them as
I see them as one from the point of view of Africans, but I'm just trying to describe why the British and the West decided to introduce Christianity in the way they did.
You are promoting Christianity over Islam.
Sorry, I'm just trying to describe that anyway. My point is that it is important that we actually react to this, because it's coming to us. This is not a joke. This is not theory. Investigate it yourself. When I asked, based on my research, I said, what if these people have the power? Because there are some parts of Sudan that still have majority non-Arab population. But in those areas, this RSF, they are not killing people like that. I said, what if they have the power? Would they do that? The analysis confirmed that they would do the same in that area if they have the power to do that. So in other words, after they consolidate where they are right now, they will move further. This is how they did it in North Africa. And I can't imagine that just barely 800 years ago, that country was 100% African. Now it's 70% Arabs. That is a movement that is happening, and we have to either halt it or roll it back, one way or the other. But that said, I will move on from that. This is the topic. Regarding President Tinubu not being in UN assembly, that one surprised me, because he was very, very happy to go to, was it not St. Lucia, one of these smaller countries? And I was concerned that why does he not go to America, where they have 40-something million black people there? People that have a $2 trillion purchasing power. You don't go there. You go to a tiny country. And now he has not been there two times in a row. He hasn't been there. I don't understand our leadership that we have in Nigeria. And asking for Security Council seat. In terms of stature, our natural position within our groupings, Nigeria deserves it. If any black nation should have a claim to Security Council position, Nigeria should be that nation for various reasons. We are the most populated for now, and I actually believe that 70 to 80% of black people around the world owe their origins to that location, because including the Bantu expansion that expanded all the way to South Africa, and including the negative net migration we get every year, whereby more people are leaving Nigeria than coming in. One of the few countries that do that. More people are leaving Nigeria and spreading all over Africa than coming in. Hence, Nigeria, and not to mention the diaspora, where a lot of them attest to having their origins in Nigeria based on DNA alone. So if there's any black nation that should have that position, we should. But that is in a country, in a world where you have hippies running the world. But it's not hippies running the world. It's a world of real politics where you have to earn your place. You can't, all the Security Council members are nuclear powers. Even India doesn't even have a seat there. Why would they consider Nigeria? There's no reason to consider Nigeria. Zero reason to allow Nigeria. We don't even have one submarine. We have not have one ballistic. We've not cracked the atom. What have we done to earn our place there? So it's about ability to project power. If you don't have ability to project power, why should you be in the Security Council deciding the fate of other nations that have the ability to project power? I wouldn't let you. If it was me, I wouldn't let you near that seat at all. So from that point of view, I don't think we deserve it. But if anybody is going to get it within the black family, it's probably going to be Nigeria. It should be Nigeria. Nigeria, by default, most people can trace their ancestry to that location that they call Nigeria. So I will leave it there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. At this point, we are going to rant. I will give everyone 2 minutes. Come up with your best stuff on anything. Oh, Dexter just joined us. Dexter, welcome to the show. So, are you ready? Do you want to start, or do you want me to start with somebody else? Okay, let me start with somebody else. Okay. All right. Ovie, rant. 2 minutes.
Just like that.
Oh, you don't want? I thought you.
Yeah, Bola Tinubu will win again. If there's only one reason why he go win again, now just wait till they start now. Bola Tinubu no fit go America. Bola Tinubu na drug leader. Like, what is wrong? I believe say if I want run presidency, I will go that route and I go win. UN, every president is immune. If you go there, they no fit do it. Let's assume he's a criminal. They won't be able to do him anything. Like, it just, I don't know how they reason it. Maybe we just like to talk. He's a drug dealer for the past 30-something years. He's still a drug dealer, and I see they push him. And let's say, okay, no people go America. Now, like, that guy's in his 80s. What does it matter if he go to that country or not as a sitting president? If you know if you go, no problem. If you go, no problem. So they go now, can't they speak like Monday Paolo? A problem. Like, what do you guys want? This is why we will know Sabi grammar with the win. Because the focus of the educated one is just nothing to write home about. They are not focused. They have traded common sense for education. Ego problem. You know what does it even matter? See your own city, your sovereign nation country. You say if you go in that country, no if you go. The most important thing, the Americans are in charge of our economy. So what does it even matter if the president if you go in or out? What matter to these people? They are taking it easy. They are fighting about Muslims should come or Christians should not come. Now Muslims are 100% here. Christians are 100%. But what about you, the African? Where are you 100%? It's as if one person come to counter. Person want to take advantage of you. Somebody is here, come with the same strategy. They are using the same strategy to take over your possession. They argue which one good, which one should survive, which one should not survive. They all should both go and perish. They are not after my own good. That's what the focus should be. Doesn't matter whether Muslims are terrorists, Christians are terrorists. Terrorism, all of them has this at their foundation. The only way they to murder, to killing, all of them did it. They are all cults, all the religions. They have to murder you for you to accept them. So that is also part of their history. The history is not just that Christian conquer Muslim, just no. They were all brought evil. That is the only way they can get you to even pay attention to them. And it's still happening. So I mean, I think we should. That's why I question we the educated ones. What the fuck do we want? Excuse my Yoruba. Okpabolo 2028. We're winning.
All right.
By crook or by crook.
Thank you, Ovie. Mr. James.
Yeah, please, kindly let me ask a question. And maybe KJ or Dexter should answer the question if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yes. Assuming a bloc of African countries pull out of the United Nations, relinquish their membership, what will be the consequence?
And you want KJ and who? Dexter?
No, either KJ or Dexter.
All right, you are lucky today. KJ is lucky day. Answer him.
Okay, you know what? There'll be two things will happen. The first thing that will happen is what is happening right now with the pulling up of the Sahel states in Africa, in West Africa, Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. Some bad eggs like Nigeria will try to make trouble. Okay, some other ones will clear head will say, "Look, let's discuss." And so the people will be called to discuss, and depending on how strong and determined those countries are, they will either keep to their decision or present their own desire, what they think is not being satisfied. You see, from the history of what this organization have become, no African country have not really walked away. Just like, when Netanyahu wanted to present his paper, diplomats and people walked away. Okay, if we have even done that as African nation, maybe we would have been taken a bit serious. But most times we go there and sit there and just lap everything they're saying and say nothing. In fact, some of them are bold enough, to even tell us to our face what they are going to do, and they will do it without any complaint. So what you say, what you're asking is very true, is very apt. What will we do? Two things: either that the United Nations itself will decide to go to war against us, either first of all by coercion or by dealing with the leaders. Because the leaders are easy to corner, okay, especially if they have skeletons in their cupboard. Or our own people will say, our leaders will say, we have taken this decision and we're not going back. And those countries will be better off. I tell you the truth, they're better off. But in this case, that's what I think. Coming off my hand, off the blog.
All right, thank you. KJ, I wanted to ask, but I don't want to waste more time.
Ask me, please.
Did Mali pull out Mali and Burkina Faso from the UN? I don't think so. I thought they pulled
out. I'll give you that example because they pulled out of ECOWAS.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, and they're still out of ECOWAS, and they're doing better for it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I thought you were referring to UN. I just wanted
No.
Okay. Dexter, you want to add something? You mentioned that the gurus that can answer that question.
Dr. Damage, I'm not the guru. Well, but in my own thought, funny enough, is I thought about something like this today. And I think if, first of all, we don't have the gravitas to pull out because we are so in depth. So if we pull out from the United Nations today, it will just be an economic war. It's what they did to Kwame Nkrumah. To think that you can push, just imagine it's our greatest imports that come from the West. That's all you need to stop. That's all they need to do. That's all they need to coax us back inside. So I think they don't even need to go to a military, they won't have a military exercise. It will just be an economic war. That's what I think. However, I was thinking today, if Nigeria actually had serious leaders, there's no need going there. But you have to be economically viable, you have to be educationally viable, you have to be, in forefathers' words, your military has to be strong, really, and then you can pull out. You can say, okay, I'm not coming, I'm not going to be doing this anymore. But at this moment, Africa doesn't have any nation. We are going, look, other countries are in debt. Why is it the Africans that are going to beg for debt relief? Japan is in debt, China is in debt. But how come we are the only ones going? Because our leaders are the ones stealing the money. When we take money, when we borrow money, we don't actually use it to develop our place. Our leaders just steal the money. So they're actually asking for their personal debt relief. So that's my own thoughts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just add that there is no provision to pull out of United Nations. You can apply to be a member if you accepted to be a member. Only Indonesia has pulled out briefly for a brief time in 1965. Nobody will attack you for pulling out. There's nothing. That you're a member, you benefit when they share things, like ideas, technology, and it's not an organization. Nobody will attack you if you say you don't want to be part of UN. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that.
All right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Good night, James. Okay, so let's go to, I wanted Ike to go next. Ike, you're next.
Yeah, my rant is, I'm happy that my brother Kene is here. My rant goes to the people of Anambra State. I'm not just saying this, we might be laughing here. And I am damn serious to what I am saying about the election in Anambra State in November, that Soludo and Okachuku should not near the government house. And I am appealing to the people of Anambra State, wherever they are. Can I use your platform? You have your people. Dr. Rudolph, you might be laughing, but I know what I'm saying. This man and Chifu Kachuku should not near that government house in Anambra State. Any other person can win that election. I don't care who wins. But these two people we shouldn't go to that state. So I am begging to people of Anambra State, wherever you are in Nigeria, please, this is my own voice to the election in November in Anambra State. Last week here, I talked about my state, Imo State, that the governor of Imo State lives in Abuja. He doesn't know what is happening in Imo State. Last week, you saw him when Fubara was in Asorok. He was in Asorok. We don't have a governor in Imo State. He has turned Asorok house boy. Wherever he see Tinubu and his security advisor, that's where you see Pope Uzodimma, right? We don't have a governor in Imo State. For almost how many years now, Pope Uzodimma is in Abuja. He stays more than 2 days in Imo State, and the whole of the rest month is in Abuja. So this is what is going on in Southeast. I don't know why the people of Anambra should allow this man. This man shouldn't come back. Hope Uzodinma knew how he became governor of Imo State, and I thank God that this is his last time being governor of Imo State, right? So my rant is that I am appealing to my brothers and sisters in Anambra State. The experience of the people of Imo State in the hands of Hope Uzodinma is not a joke. All of us know. All of us are experiencing it. All of us know what is going on in Imo State. And also, my rant goes to my brothers in Edo State and sisters. You have elected a governor who I believe, even before he became a governor, he's supposed to have employed a teacher in his house because he has the money to employ a teacher, somebody that will lecture him how to speak. This is a man, this is a country who is seeking for permanent position in the United Nations. A governor of a state cannot make a sentence in a foreign country. And this is the country that is looking for a permanent seat at the United Nations. I am just telling Nigerians that you people myself, we are crying. Yes, I'm crying. Nobody see me in Nigeria tomorrow. If you think I'm going to your country that you don't have, do you have a country? If you think you're going to see me tomorrow, no. But I am speaking for those people who still go to Nigeria, who live in that country. My family, my brothers, my sisters, my schoolmates, a lot of people. This country has gone. And the same people that we're thinking about, we're trying to defend, they're the people that are encouraging these criminals that have been in power since 1999. They are the same people that are fighting for these people in Nigeria. I don't know how far it's going to get better. Okay? So, Ekene, please, I was looking for you since, and I thank God I got your connection.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's sad. It's sad what is going on in Anambra State. Compared with the economic power that is rested in Anambra State, we have a governor who doesn't know why he is the governor of Anambra State. And we are losing the opportunity that we have to make Anambra a better state. Okay, so now he has decided to make an arrangement with the man in Asorok. Now, they say Abuga has endorsed the man in Asorok. Okay, so please, this is my rant tonight. God bless you.
All right. Before Kenny, I just want to mention that this channel and two other channels, we are working on hosting a debate of the candidates for governor of Anambra State. So when that is finalized, I will announce the date that we're going to have that debate. So because of that, I won't say anything about that election until then. Kenny, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Oga Ike, thank you. I love your presentation when it comes to this guy, Soludo, and Okachukwu, the land grabber. I think it was Soludo that called him land grabber, allegedly. So I have no case there. But the thing is, we, the people of Anambra, detest Soludo. We don't like his style of leadership. We don't like the rascality coming from the other guy, Okachukwu. But unfortunately, in Anambra, they have this zoning system thing, right? And then I think Soludo is in Anambra. Dr. Damages, help me. Is it Central or South?
Central.
Central. Now he's in Central, and recently, about 3 days ago, he was telling Anambra people that he is going to hand over to another candidate from Anambra senatorial Central Zone. And I'll bet to ask, this guy, does he really understand how this works?
Did he say that?
Yeah, he said that. And this is actually what provoked me. I was like, this guy needs to be taught some, politics in Anambra State. When he's, the only thing that I'm calling out for right now is for Soludo to leave that office. However, let somebody from his own senatorial zone take over from him, and they should complete their 8 years and go, so that it will be turned for another, another zone. But he was telling us that after his second term, he's going to hand over to another candidate from Anambra Central. See, that's by the way. See, my rant is on, now my rant start, right, is on the issue of this permanent seat in the United Nations. In 1985, we had Buhari as the president. He voted against the acting Secretary General of United Nations, African Organization Union, which was Peter Onu, right? But the same Buhari campaigned and supported his own brother, Tijani Mohammed, to be a permanent sitter in the UN since 2017. Now, we have the tribal bigotry, we have the hatred against the Indibo of Nigeria going on. And now, but they always say, oh, Nigeria is for everyone, outside Yoruba, Igbo. No, since 1999, Igbos they've never been part of Nigeria. You can all attest to this. And we have government sponsored actors that always speak against Indibo, that always try to put Indibo under the bridge. The likes of Abike Dabri, last time she shared a comment against Indibo, calling Indibo monkeys. This is the woman that looked like Hip, but she was calling Indibo monkeys, right? And she was laughing about that. And this is a government representative. The same Abike Dabri was calling out the entire Igbo nation because some Igbos were caught in criminal activities abroad. But she now painted it against the entire Igbo nation. But she is blind to the list of her Yoruba brothers that was, listed by the UK government for their fraudulent activities. She did not call out Yorubas. She did not call out the, let me make sure is an Apetu of Ipetumodu, Oba Joseph Olaye or Oloyede, for his criminal activities with COVID relief money, about $4.2 million. She did not call out Ajibola Odunta, is in UK, is a UK-based Nigerian, for his fraudulent activities that concerns ticket scamming, right? These are her Yoruba brothers. And I want to call out Abike Dabri to come and then use this her brother to paint the entire Yorubas as being criminals, right? This is the reason why somebody like me will never support a Nigerian or Nigeria to have a UN permanent seat in the UN, because it will be used against a particular ethnic group. If it is not for the interest, if the interest is against the interest of Indibo, this is when you will see them campaigning for UN permanent seat. But if it is if an Igbo man is going to be in that position, the same Nigerians will say no. Nigerians don't want that. When the Nyerere, the president of Tanzania, it was Nyerere, right, was campaigning for a Nigerian to have that position, Secretary General of OAU, the Nigerian president voted against him. And you want me to support his own brother today to have that position? No, Nigeria don't need that position. They will use it against an ethnic group in that country. Matter of fact, let me put it straight. They will use it against Indibo. We don't need it. We are not matured enough to handle that kind of veto power. We are not matured enough to handle that kind of position. We are still fighting ourselves until we fix our house. We will remain in the back seat. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me just correct something that I said recently, just a few minutes ago. Soludo is actually from Anambra South. So he said he will hand over to Anambra Central, because I know that in the headline I saw about that story, he said he will maintain the rotational structure in place. So I was surprised. So all right, Dexter, you're next.
I think bloggers, social media bloggers were trying to confuse me.
Yeah.
Corrected.
Okay. Dexter, you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Where do I start from? First of all, see, I'm getting to a point, at this point, if we're not coming up with solutions or what we should do. Okay, if I just say from the UN, if I felt it was really bad for us to go and be asking for a seat on the table. In fact, first of all, the moment you go and ask for a seat on the table, you have showed where you are. You have showed your position. It means you don't deserve it. That's already. So the level of leaders we have in Nigeria, it pains me to the bone, because we provide the most useless of people to come and portray us. Because Nigeria is vastly talented. Nigeria is vastly talented. All you need to do is show working. Look, just West Africa. Let Nigeria just be feeding West Africa. It's the UN, it's the United Nations that will call you. There are things you will do, and the five countries no, we need to, you need to be here. But we come from this palliative system, this palliative system, and when Nigeria, it's not going to work, as long as we continue this system of, I was listening to the news today, yes, one of the elders in River State was saying that the administrator took our money, our resources, they took the money away. That I was just thinking, it couldn't make sense to me. River State has oil. Your oil from River State will go to federal government. Federal government will now give them. Which kind of convoluted system are we running? The thing just, I can't understand. So there are resources in a place. You will collect the resources, go to federal government, then you will now go, federal government will now be giving you 10. No country will work that way. There will be no productivity because everybody just sits down and, no, there's nothing. That is why the leaders cannot see, any country where the leaders cannot see the importance of the human resource. That is the biggest, look, forget about the oil in the ground. Forget about the lithium. The best resource any country can have is this brain between your two ears. Once you have people that can think, that's the best resource. United Kingdom, the small, UK can enter into Nigeria and there will be space. They conquered the whole world. They conquered 1/3 of the world. How? Thinking. They will appear in countries with ships, with 2,000 men, and then they will take the country. Think about it. They will take the thinking. But we are bereft of that. The leaders we have are not thinking, put us in, we have to have a seat here. You have to include us in AI. Why do they have to include you here? What? Why? Why do you warrant it? Did you earn it? And these are the kind of leaders we have. And so, it's just, then I was listening to, I can't mention names, but some news channels say, yes, the vice president's speech was very, very, that is the level of, that is, which kind of, where do we get to? Where do we get here? Where do we get here? Like forefathers said, some countries are trying to crack the atom. Even Iran, the countries are thinking, leaders are thinking. Our own is how to take loan, then embezzle the money. They say, give us debt relief. You have to grant. What are you talking? Japan has debt. Are they coming to say give us debt relief? Where does this come from? We need to have a paradigm shift. We need it, really. And not forefathers, Dr. Damages, like I said, it's not enough for us to rant. We need to get in this platform where we start, because that is how countries change. It's not the talk. We have to start doing the work. We have to start coming up with ideas and document it and have a time where we can look through it and say, okay, this is what, and we have to find ways of expression of these ideas. Because it's not enough for us to come here, because it's easy to talk about problems. I'm sure if you call any of you, if you call a child on the road and say, tell me the problem in your school, the child will rant about it. But when you say, tell me a solution, the child will keep quiet. Then the child might say a solution, then you provide scenarios with this work. Nigeria is going to UN and talk about Gaza. Look, any Nigerian that has not accepted that genocide happened in Nigeria and it's happening in Nigeria, you don't have the moral gravitas to go and talk there. Look, somebody say, I see some Nigerians, let the people of Palestine go. When you had the Biafran situation, what was the morale to say the country must stay together? Why so? And that's why you can't. You that comes. If you want to come to equity, you must come with clean hands. Nigeria has no business. Leaders have no business. Like Kene. See, imagine Kene is an Igbo man. He doesn't feel Nigerian, and he's not telling Kene. And it's justified. It's absolutely justified to think that way. But then you see Nigeria say, don't get me wrong, I'm not supporting Israel.
I'm not supporting Israel. But you don't have the gravitas to talk. What Kenneth was saying, Don Azar, there's a guy that does analysis. If you have listened to him, Don Azar, he does analysis of events in Nigeria. Of recent, he has been doing scam analysis. The next thing, by God went for him. That, oh, he's analyzing only one tribe. Why? That is the kind of country we have. So until we come to a position whereby we are detribalized, and we must be able to say the truth irrespective of whose ox is God, whether it's my tribesman or not my tribesman. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. Let's go to Hutus, not Yazidis.
Yeah, man. Yeah, the last speaker said even Iran. Even Iran is an ancient civilization. Perhaps, arguably, the oldest civilization in the world, on the planet today, along with maybe Egypt and maybe China. So Iran is not Nigeria, where, I understand. There was something I wanted to bring up before I even go on my rant. I don't know who it was that was saying they want to see the records of Nigeria's president. Let me break it to you now. You're not seeing anything else. That's all you're going to see. And if you see anything else, it's when the FOIA gives you any more reports, it's going to be heavily redacted. In my experience, I'd say you already have everything you could glean on him, at least with regards to his criminal past. There's nothing new. You already have everything. So all this talk about he's scared, that's why he doesn't want to come. No, America owes you no favors, not to that extent. To the extent of, yes, his privacy, he might be fighting on the grounds that his privacy exceeds public declaration. But I've read those documents, and I think anybody that understands how these things go, you've seen everything. That's it. He's passed the people he was dealing with. He's come to an agreement with the IRS. That's it. You guys are not seeing anything. And I think if they are pushing for nothing to be released, I would say at the very most, he probably was a confidential informant after his arrest. At the very most, if you're going to see anything else, I don't know, but I'm saying based on how I understand these things work, that's it. So moving on from that, with regards to what forefathers were saying, I don't know how to get through to forefathers when he keeps screaming about this ICBMs and Nigeria needs nukes and in a country where about 80% of the people live under $2. It's not happening anytime soon, not in 100 years. And then when I push back at him and I ask him, and not just me, people like Tony that are also experienced in how these things work, I've asked him, when do you expect Nigeria to get these weapons? Or how? Forefathers will tell you, well, they're going to do it just how the rest of the people did it. You don't have any leverage. I don't know how many times you're going to get that too. You don't have leverage. Nobody's giving you their technology for you with the intention that you're going to use it to attack them later. Because the only reason you always ask for these weapons is so you can attack them if they try to attack you. Why would I teach you, for example, how to box, which actually I've been doing since I was a child, but why would I teach you how to box if I know your intention is if I want to beat you down, you're going to fight back? I'm not going to teach you how to box. So it's the same way. So get that out of the way. There's so many reasons why Nigeria is not having weapons, and weapons is not what we need at this point. We need an educated workforce. We need a well-fed workforce. We need housing for our people. We need infant mortality to increase. We need an educated populace. Do we need a stronger army? I guess maybe that could be arguable, but we're not going to build an army anytime within the next 70 years that will be able to combat the strongest nations on the planet. So how else now, if you take that reality and adjust it, if you adjust to the reality on the ground now that you are not going to be up to the standard to fight these other powerful nations anytime within the next 5, 6, 7 decades, then what do? The next thing you do is look at what else you can do that will make you have leverage and bring something to the table. And you can do that if you have a strong, dynamic workforce. You have something tangible to trade. You don't have to just say, oh, only if we have guns. I heard the bell. Now, the final thing, you keep bringing up this Sudan issue. And then you say this is why people should avoid Sharia and they're coming down. At some point, forefathers, the scaremongering and the Islamophobia has to stop. I would assume that you're too educated and you're too enlightened for the infantile statements that you make. You bring up Sudan, a place that is fighting its next door. It was one country. It has nothing to do with Sharia. I think the problem I usually have when people bring this Islamophobia to the fore is they avoid places like Bahrain. There's Sharia there. They avoid places like, mentioning places like Saudi Arabia, progressive places like Kuwait, UAE, even Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia. You guys never mention these places.
Nigeria.
Well, no, come on, but you never mentioned these progressive places. Then you decide to mention a place that is at war that had nothing to do with Sharia rule, just because you've been brainwashed to pander and regurgitate white supremacist tropes. And that's a shame when I see Black people do that. To me, usually, with all due respect, always shows me that either the person is being disingenuous or the person is just not as versed as they try to pretend or portray to be. Now, if the latter is the case, I think I can forgive that, or we can forgive that and say, maybe you need to go educate yourself more on the topics that you decide to speak on. And let me leave it at that because I keep hearing that.
All right, thank you so much, Hooties. Forefathers.
I don't understand.
I want you to be the last, KJ. Sometimes there's a thinking behind what I do. I want Forefathers to rant and go over to prepare because we're handing over.
Why do you keep crying anytime I have to talk? Why do you have to do this?
You see, I have the word.
You cried the last time and now you're crying again.
Every time.
Why?
Every
Why?
time. Why do you say
It's
that?
not only KJ that is crying, I'm crying too.
Oh, can I hear you to rant?
No, he has
Yes,
already ranted.
my own, I just cut it 1 minute. I didn't complete the 2 minutes.
Come,
Look at that. Okay, so in terms of nobody is looking to try to defeat anybody. We just have to get ourselves outside the existential crisis we are in. In other words, be able to resist other people trying to wipe you out. We don't have that ability now. That is where the threshold we need to reach. And the Chinese reached it in 1965, where nobody could threaten them the way America was threatening to nuke them anymore. We have to get to that point. Most nations have gotten there. Even Saudi Arabia is there. Saudi Arabia signed a defense pact with Pakistan to save their asses just recently. The UK signed a defense pact with Germany just because Trump was blinking funny to them. And yet we sit here, think this is a joke business. This is why we fail. This is why we are always behind everywhere we are, because whenever we talk about this, we think it's a joke until we are forced to. This is why I keep saying, until we see fire, we will not, our eye will never open. And even what is tiny country like Singapore that is 6 million, that owes 1.2 something trillion dollars, with 10% of their population involved in their security. 10%. We are using less than 0.5% involved in their security, and they are one of the richest countries in the world today. And they tell you that you should defend yourself. And you think that's a problem? That is not a problem. I'm saying you should survive. And when I talk about the issues with the Arab countries, just because you are Muslim doesn't mean I'm necessarily saying that the Islam itself is the problem. It's not about the Islam, it's the power that they take from you. Do you know one of the solutions to that? Religious autonomy. I didn't even know that was a term. But that's what I've been saying, that you have to take control of the religion.
You didn't know religious autonomy was a term?
I didn't know. I see, like when I tell you something I don't know. But
you
I
need to
talk
start
about.
sleeping
Can you
with
just stop interrupting? When I say these things, I say them as somebody that came up with the idea originally until I discovered the actual term. Even before I discovered Machiavelli, I already reached those conclusions. This is what I'm saying. That's when I tell you that this type of stuff is common sense. I don't know why it's so difficult for people to understand. It's common sense stuff, because I saw it happen in the UK here. The UK, they took away because the Catholic was telling them what to do too much. And they were like, no, I'm not having it. I'll start the Church of England. And they became the superpowers of the world. I saw it happen, so I know it does work. You can't allow other people control your faith based on their own religion. And we are seeing it literally. We are seeing these people doing it right there. We've seen North Africa be Arabized, and you act as if you can't see it. Just because
what's the solution?
The solution is to act in such a way that either you take over that religion or you halt it and you defend your people. It's that simple. It's not, if somebody comes to your house, what do? They want to come and cause problem for you. You do everything you can do to push them out. Otherwise, they will take everything. It's not that complicated at all. If you think about it from just simple terms like that, you find out that these things are not hard to figure out. So that is how I'm looking at it. I'm not anti-Islam in terms of fundamentally against Islam, but you have to control it. You have to stop being brainwashed by it, whereby your own people will cede their own power to foreigners. You should never do that. People never did that too. People took Christianity from Jews and made it their own. They were even persecuting Jews because with the same religion. They use Christianity to persecute Jews.
Tunanja, 8 out of 10 Nigerians belong to either of the religion. So how do you take over that kind of thing?
You take over it by Africanizing it and turning it to your own. You can even start your own branch. If they don't like it, let them go and suck lemon.
You are just 2%. You are just 20%.
20% of what?
Nigeria, 8 out of 10 people are religious, either Christian or religions. That means
we're rounding up now. Stop asking questions.
I don't know why you are
coming to start it.
My point is that you should just.
How do you take it over? That's what I'm asking. How do you take it
over by starting your own. I've given you the example of the Church of England, what they did when the Catholic was controlling them. They were like, no, we are not having it. We'll start our own. They wrote their own King James Bible, and that's what we read today. You have to take control of these things, otherwise other people will control you. It's that simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Forefather. So let me just remind you, we have Cherubim and Seraphi, we have Adeboye, we have Oyedepo, we have so many of our own.
Olumba.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, we have our own. That is true. That is true. But they are the small ones. They are not the big ones.
They will grow. You join them.
If they take it fully. To be fair, even those ones, they see themselves, they put white Jesus, they don't put black Jesus. So those ones don't use white Jesus.
That's why you have to join them, forefathers, and educate them.
Okay.
Educate them, and they will get there.
I don't need to join them. I just need them to start worshiping the black person. They want to do it.
KJ, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. For a very long time, I don't agree with Forefather, but on this, his submission, I agree with him. You know, those who might challenge sometimes with Nigerian that we always look for the negative part to quote. You know, most times we refer to what happened. You want Nigeria to wait for another 200 years to become like America? What about other nations? Have other nations have they gone from 1960 and become a first world by today? Why do we always look for the negative parts to rely on to give our examples? So that's my challenge. I don't have to reinvent the wheel. The wheel is there. All I need to do is follow it. I don't think we go to any community today, people are wearing leaves. They are wearing suits. They are wearing clothes. They're not wearing their native, this thing. So let's move with whatever we think is right for our society. Just like Forefather said, if you're a good student of history, you find out that most of the North African countries were Christian nations. Okay, Turkey was where Paul came from. The great Paul that wrote half of the New Testament came from Turkey. Okay, and how did it become what it became today? Just the same system that is being exported to Europe. So I totally agree. If you are a Muslim and you like your Muslim faith, go to countries where they practice Islam. And so that you don't have to come to England and force them to change their own system. If you like England, the English way of life, go there and live the way they're living. If you don't, when you are tired of living that way, you go back to your own country and live the way you live.
Become a Muslim bashing session?
Excuse me, no, sorry, you were talking, we didn't interrupt you, let us talk. So that is I stand totally with that. If you want to come to America, America has a set of values and principles. If you don't like it, go to where your value and principles are maintained. Don't come to another man's country and begin to tell them you must have to change your value for me, and that is wrong. I wouldn't do that. Okay, I'm an Igbo man. I like cola. Okay, if you come to my house, I'll greet you with cola. I cannot come now and go to a white guy's house and I say, why not offer me cola? Don't you know I'm Igbo man? When an Igbo man visits you, must have to give him cola. That's our tradition. No, he's not from Igbo land. He doesn't care about that. Okay, so when I go to his house, I offers me tea. I will drink it gladly, even though sweat is going to kill me. I will drink it gladly because that is his own culture. I can't change it. Having said that, I want to say also that one certain identity was saying that I was trying to debunk what I said. I said I got it from Perplexity. They seem to say that Perplexity used to be one of the best AI, but today it has been proven wrong. So now, if you get it in Perplexity, please do cross-check. It probably be wrong. But if you doubt me, you can still go to Perplexity and see what I talked about that. So that debunks that issue. And sorry, we didn't continue with it. We said it is wrong, and I said it was wrong, and I didn't. So don't quote that. That's 1. 2. I also want to rant about Dr. Alex Oti, being the governor of Abia State, where Nnamdi Kanu, in fact, Nnamdi Kanu's house is less than 20 minutes. What's 20 minutes? Less than 15-minute drive to the government house. So if you can say that you're the governor of Nnamdi Kanu and you cannot step in, it is shame to every Igbo man, including myself. What is going on with Nnamdi Kanu is a shame to all of us. If you think you are an Igbo man, you are out there, you're a billionaire or whatever you call yourself, and what is going on to Nnamdi Kanu can go on under your noses, and you think that Nigeria has regard for you, it's just a question of time, my brother. You will be in that shit. Okay? So don't think now it's about Nnamdi Kanu, you can fold your hands. I remember a famous saying that they came for this, and they said, I'm not this. They came for them until when they came for you, there was nobody to rescue you. That's what's going to happen. You first take on the bullies. When you reduce the bullies to nothing, then you take over the streets. That's what bullies do. So if you are sitting in the comfort of your home, especially those of you who say, now they can't, not, hold on, you are Igbo too. It's going to come to you, now turn by turn. So if you sit in the comfort of your home, claim that you are Hope Uzodinma, the firstborn of Tinubu, and you are there in the government, in the Aso Rock every day, and you're doing nothing about this. When they come for the Igbos, you will be known as Igbo too. You will also enter in it. If you doubt me, go back to the history of the Civil War. You will find out that all those who played there alongside with them never escaped the punishment that came after it. So I don't know what you think. In any nation that is a serious nation, you are holding somebody for terrorism, and the person, doctors have come to say, this man is sick. This man is sick. You say you want a second opinion. A second opinion say this man is sick. And yet the so-called Justice Omotosho, and I'm going to do a story on Justice Omotosho because he's become notorious for giving very, very unjustifiable judgments. And you can keep to say that. If peradventure something happens to Nnamdi Kanu tomorrow, what are you going to say? Will you be able to contain what's going to fall out of it? What is the kind of justice you are looking for? Do you judge a dead man? What is so difficult to take him to the hospital? What is so difficult? And you guys have still kept him in DSS dungeon for more than 5 years now. We're getting to the 5th year. And then you can have meetings with AK-47 wielding terrorists, and you all accept that they should be given amnesty. People who have buyed people, you know, somebody was talking about the death that is happening in what's going on. Let me tell you, that number is more in Nigeria. We're not at war. So if you can sit in judgment, if you can sit those people and forgive them for clearing the local governments, for making sure people are living in IDPs, you can sit and have conversation with them and allow them go back with their arms. And they're even warning you as a government that if you dare step across so and so they're giving you as ultimatum, they will come back for you. And you cannot have a conversation with the Igbos, the use of the Igbo land. You can send your jets to go bomb villages and communities in Imo State. And you are telling me that you're a country, and the Igbo man who is, whether you are the Oji Carlos of this world or the so-called number 6 man in the House of Rep, or you are whoever you are, whatever you seem to be branding, it's a question of time, my brother. They will come for you. Thank you.
Thank you, KJ. I don't have a rant, but I just want to point out something because I've listened to several.
John, this one to your own, Doctor. Those where they follow Epstein farm. Elon Musk's father, Elon Musk, has been marked to be on the list. This is Washington. This is Washington coming from New York Times. That Elon Musk's father has been abusing 5 of his children since 1993. This is just coming out.
Okay, not today. It came out some days ago.
No, it's been out from now.
Okay. All right, let me just.
Elon Musk's father's own. I'm not talking about.
Yeah. It wasn't today. I saw it. All I want to point out is we have to be careful in today's age of AI, and the source of information is very important more than any other. I was interviewing somebody on this channel, and the person said something. It was somebody I respected, and I couldn't stop him. I knew he was just a victim of this AI tech that is everywhere. There was a video of Obama. Most of you must have seen a TikTok video of Obama talking about when he was in power, that there was somebody who was more powerful than him. It was fake video. It wasn't true. Jimmy Kimmel, when he was suspended, there were videos people were making, saying things in his voice that he was the one saying it, and people carry it along. And so we have to be very careful about what we carry on and share. I tell people, if it's not on any credible site, this is the standard everywhere. Credible sites are sites that you can sue. If you can't sue the person who owns that site publishing something, don't take the story. And even if it's from New York Times, Washington Post, it has to be, the ideal thing is to confirm 2 sources, 2 credible sources before you can. If I see a story from whether it's Premium Times or any Nigerian paper, if it's just that paper reporting that, I hold off until I see another.
Maybe 4 even.
Yeah, well, at least 2. And it has to be papers you can say, this is the editor, there is somebody who, the gatekeepers, they are still important. Because otherwise, I can sit down here and make up a story and put it out. And you quote that you are seeing it from me. It doesn't mean it's right. So it's very important.
Can I just ask something, though? What happens when even those so-called credible stories are also like, you know, how this Tyler Robinson was talking to his lover about my love, speaking like somebody from the Middle Age. Like, you know about the story that where they say it looks like the government forged the text message between him and his boyfriend.
Well, I can answer that.
So no. Let me just say. Let me finish. I will just round up.
Right.
You know, it's possible. It's possible for New York Times to make a mistake. Okay, it's possible for them to get it wrong, and they will say they got it wrong, and they will be sued in some cases if they don't. Okay, Trump sued Wall Street Journal because Wall Street Journal published that Trump actually sent a birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein. Trump said it wasn't true.
But Rudolph.
Hold on now. Let me finish. I'm
sorry.
That he sued. It's his right to sue. But if I'm the one that put it up, Trump is not going to sue me. So for you to assess a story, it has to be from a credible source. And those credible sources, if they are wrong, they know that they will be sued. They come out on their own and say this is wrong. But if you take a story from any source, from anywhere else, because you see it online, especially AI, it's good. I use AI, I see what they put out there, but you don't depend on that. It's like
how I forgot that Soludo is from Aguata, and Aguata is in Anambra South.
Yeah.
I thought Soludo, Isofia, I thought Isofia was in Anyosha instead of Aguata. You see?
And people will put out anything.
That will not be mistake. You know.
Exactly. So
No,
that's
I
what I
don't.
wanted to say.
No.
Always go to.
These are my area. I know these places. Anambra is my area.
Always pause. Don't rush. Whenever you hear a story, you just pause and then say, check and make sure there is credible sources, especially from Nigeria. If you're telling me something, the first thing I'm thinking, where did you get it? Is it Vanguard? Is it Tribune? Is it Punch? Is it where? I want to know first where you got it before I even repeat it. Okay, go ahead, Hutus.
So, based on what Forefathers is saying, he's conflicting issues, okay? What you're saying, what I just wanted to explain, what you're saying is not to basically spread rumors based on false information, which is not what he's saying, because you don't know what he's referencing. What he's referencing actually was what the FBI put out to various news agencies. So there are people that are not comfortable with the information that was put out. It doesn't make it false. It just makes it debatable. That is as opposed to what you're saying. So what he's saying is conflict. That's why I just wanted to correct that. So what he's saying was carried by different credible agencies. It hasn't been proven to be false. It might not agree with the information that was put out, but it is what the security agency gave to the news agencies as evidence that they have on the suspect, Tyler Robinson. Do you get it? So it's not like
Yeah,
it was false.
I get the
He's
point I
just
was
not
making was
comfortable.
that those agencies that we consider credible, they will not question information that is clearly, which is supposed to be their job, that is clearly not accurate.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen them go.
If you speak to the
that
ideology,
information is accurate at this point. I thought
Pardon?
we know it is accurate at this point.
Based on all
Okay.
any other
Forefathers,
alternative sources, they say it's not accurate.
Father is right. If that information will speak to that newspaper ideology, even if it's wrong, they will not go.
Hold on.
Yeah, but the information right now, as we know it, hasn't been proven to be false. Right?
So how do you prove it to be false?
So, Forefathers, let me just say one more thing. In terms of the media, okay, when the FBI or White House or Aso Rock sends out a press release to the media, if they decide to use it, they will say this is what the Aso Rock is saying. There were so many statements from White House, the White House that came out recently, where they will say that they will fact check the president in the story that Trump is saying this, but this is the fact in their story. In some cases, they will just present it. This is for you. This is what the White House is saying. And they attribute that to the White House. It may be wrong. They may not care about fact checking the White House, but that's a different thing from sources that are not, you can hold accountable as sources of stories. And there are so many these days, especially when something happens in Nigeria. I see a lot of videos that come to my feed from people saying things, screaming. Once they start screaming, oh, you can't believe this, then you should not believe them immediately. All right, on that note, we have to run. I did 4 hours without break. This is against my doctor's order. I want to thank those that supported us. Real K, thank you so much. Alexander Gomez, thank you. George Blue Shell, thank you. Real K, thank you. We really appreciate all of you. Kulata, thank you. And then last week I saw somebody donated money to Cash App, Augustina. I don't know whether they want me to talk about it, but I just want to mention thank you, Augustina, for doing that. It was when I wasn't on live. Thank you, everybody. On that note, we will move to Forefathers, who will host the next stream. The ladies' show is still in hiatus. It's on leave until further notice. I will also remind you that tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have the troublemaker himself, Pa Ikide, is coming here. He's going to talk about all the issues in the news. He just came back from Nigeria. He'll give you real stories about what is going on there. And we'll talk about writers for those who are interested and politics. He has long, extensive knowledge of what is going on in Nigeria. Thank you so much, KJ, for being here. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Ike. Thank you, Ovie. Thank you, Kene. Thank you, Dexter. Those on the comment section, thank you all for being here. I appreciate all of you. And those watching at home, until tomorrow when I come back with 90 Minutes Africa, let's move over to Forefathers. Thank you all.